Live from St. Louis, Missouri, United States of America, planet Earth, everybody. Hey, hello. 9 o'clock Central Time. It is the Man Show. How's it going, gentlemen? We are still awaiting our special guest, Emily Walsh. I sent her a link, and she probably just chickened out. You know how those girls, slightly crazy vegan. You know, she's the vegan nudist. So how are things? What's up? We have a new baseball. Is it baseball team or football team? The with the Cleveland. I mean, this is of prime importance to men, right? What's the name of your baseball team? Well, it used to be the Cleveland Indians. What's it now? The Cleveland Guardians. Why don't they just call it the Cleveland Gray? That way you can't, you can't really offend it. I'm so awful. Okay, let me go here and let's see if we're live. It is, yes, it's live. Who's here? Riggs, spreading herpes around the world. SCE, Joe Walsh. I thought he was dead. I think he's still alive, actually. Yeah, it's hard to believe. I mean, those guys, I don't know if Joe Walsh if he did a lot of drugs and whatever. Don't know his story, but he's still kicking. Well, I mean, look at the Rolling Stones. They're coming to St. Louis to do a gig sometime in August or September. I mean, those guys are in their mid-70s. And could you imagine the number of drugstores that Mick Jagger and Keith and the boys, the gents, the lads, how many drugstores of consumption? And they're still here. It's absolutely amazing, is the power of living dangerously. I don't know. Ryan R is here. Hello. Carl with a K. How to new digs? It's all right. It was hot today. It was very, very sticky. And that's like Missouri in the middle of summer, right? That's just the way it works. And St. Louis isn't as hot as some places because I think the rivers are here, Mississippi and Missouri and other places. But it was, it was a little warmish today. But other than that, it's fine. Had some Missouri sweet corn today for lunch. Very delicious. They grow corn, man. It's kind of like, you go to Iowa, the corn's like 18 feet tall. It's actually quite amazing. Joe Walsh is very tame for a rock and roller. Really? Yeah, well, he had some, let's see, he was James Gang, right? Wasn't that one of his bands? And he was in the, that was in the early 1970s. And then he did some solo stuff, and then he did the Eagles, and then he did the Drew Carey Show. Remember that? I think Joe Walsh was on the Drew Carey Show, which was kind of funny. And so Eddie Money was as well, who passed away not that long ago, a couple years ago. He wasn't all that old either. I think he was in his 60s, so. But yeah, it's amazing. I mean, look at Paul McCartney is in his, he's got to be mid to late 70s. Guy's been around a long time. Same with Ringo, Rolling Stones. The Who, they're still kicking, right? Pete Townsend, Roger Daltrey, they're out touring, they're doing stuff. Craig Furness, good morning. Good morning. Hi. Ricky Bobby. Riggs Jr. says, I thought sticky was a good thing. Yeah, Sticky Fingers. Rolling Stones, like early 1970s. Actually, okay. You guys might not know this, but Sticky Fingers, they came out with an album, and I think Sticky Fingers had the zipper in the album cover. And the record stores were all mad because all the zippers were scratching, and it's the Rolling Stones. What are you going to do? Joe Walsh did the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac. Wow. Paul McCartney is 79. Good God. I mean, I think it's easy for people to forget that the Beatles were like 20, 21, 22, somewhere in there when they did all their stuff. They were just kids, if you think about it. And they put out the great music that they did, and talk about snorting pharmacies. I think the Beatles did a couple of couple drugs, a couple of women. Yeah, over, what are you going to do, right? It's the rock and roll, baby, rock and roll. But yeah, I mean, the Beatles were, they're 20. I mean, John Lennon was, he was assassinated in 1980. He was 40 years old. And so back in 1960, of course, he'd been 20. So they're 21, 22 when they put together this stuff. Just amazing, if you think about it. And the Rolling Stones were also very, fairly young as well, 18, 19-year-old kids. And just fascinating stuff. Fat Dog, the Beatles were touring when I was in kindergarten and I'm retired. Oh, man, I know. Paul McCartney is still doing shows. I mean, the whole thing, the full-blown, the big stage, explosions. It's amazing. Same with the Rolling Stones. I'm sure whatever tour they're bringing to St. Louis is going to be, on point. That's the Rolling Stones. They don't go half-ass. That's for sure. Jose Razzo, love animals, don't eat them. Yeah, well, cool. Rada, hello, Rada. What is going on? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me? When I'm 64, that would have been 15 years ago, Paul. Can you imagine when he wrote that? He was probably 22. It's like, well, when I'm 64, yes. He never thought he'd probably get this far. I see Emily. Do you want to join? I can see you. Can't hear you yet, though. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, are you gonna take your I'm kidding, of course. I remember Ringo Starr in the movie Caveman. Yeah, that was in the 70s, I think. And actually, John Lennon was in a movie about it was kind of anti-war movie, I think. pretty good, John Lennon was one of those guys in the Beatles and all these artists. He was good at everything. He could draw, he could obviously write music, play guitar, write poetry, all kinds of crazy stuff. Okay, you ready, Emily? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Can you say something? No, I can't hear you. Okay, I'll have to let you in, I guess.
Hey, can you hear me?
I think I can, yes. Hello.
Hey.
Our very special guest, the slightly crazy vegan, Emily Walsh. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Same old crap. Just being an incel here in St. Louis, you know how it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Now you're in Australia, I think, right?
I thought that you I couldn't see the link. I thought you'd send it to me earlier. And so I thought I'd quickly jump on your channel. And then I saw you stream 9 hours ago. And so I thought that you were like we had got the times mixed up. So I stopped getting ready. So I actually stopped getting ready. And then that's why I'm late, because I thought, oh, he's got the times wrong and everything. And then you send me an email, and I was like, oh, okay. So then I had to quickly start getting ready.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to. You are the crazy vegan nudist person, right? You could just show up. But we might get in trouble with YouTube.
Yeah, no, it goes against terms and conditions.
Of course, yeah. So how are things in Australia? What time is it, by the way, if you could tell?
When did you discover my because you never mentioned my slightly crazy vegan YouTube channel until now.
Yeah, well, I didn't know you had that, and I don't know, I was just looking around, and I think it was in one of your videos. Like you said, oh yeah, I'm a slightly crazy vegan. So I was like, oh, okay. So I went there, and then, well, there you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was fun. Let's see who said. Oh, Rada, the submissive wife, says naked yoga is still there. Is that what you do on your channel, naked yoga?
I don't do that on my channel, but I do that on my Patreon and OnlyFans.
Oh, you have the OnlyFans Patreon. Okay, so how's that going? Yeah. Are you making a lot of money?
Not that much. Like, I don't do porn at all. So yeah, if I did porn, I'd be like earning heaps more. But yeah, I just do like nudist stuff, like non-sexual nudity, and just like do certain activities. I do vlogs. So I'm earning okay-ish money. And during the lockdown, that's all I'm earning at the moment. I don't have a job. I kind of lost my job before like COVID hit. And then it was really, really hard for me to get another one. And so because of everything going on. And then I decided, okay, well, I'll rely on my YouTube channel and I've kind of just really, really enjoyed it. And I'm like, I don't want to go back to work.
Oh, trust me, I understand. I just started a new job. It's like, oh God, why can't I just not do this? You know?
What do you do?
Engineering. So what do you do?
Okay.
What's your thing?
Well, I mean, I've done lots of different things. The last job that I was doing, I was working in construction. So I was most of the time I was electrical trade assistant or a laborer.
Ah, okay. So you're also electrical yourself then, huh? Cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm only an assistant, but I can be an assistant to any, like, it's mostly electrical. I think they like, I prefer electrical. I think I've done what was it? God, it's been so long now. I was a plumber's assistant for like maybe a couple of days, I remember.
Yeah.
Just, you know how sometimes you just in construction you get like, you know, like a random job. So I didn't really like it, and I liked electrical. I don't know why, but and mechanical, I think they said is just too taxing on the body. So they're like, oh, it's better that I do electrical because that way it requires more brains and less muscle, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. But of course, you have to be probably licensed and all that, I would think, eventually. Or how does that work?
No, so an assistant is just an assistant to an electrician.
Okay, so you're like doing I guess you're the gopher, I guess, and then whoever's doing the. Okay, cool. What's that pay? Is it pretty good? Not bad.
It depends on the job, but yeah, it was paying really, really well. But I was casual, so obviously it was extra because I didn't get superannuation, which is maybe they did pay my super. I'm not sure. Sorry, no, I didn't get holiday pay or sick leave or anything like that. So I was earning like quite a bit of money. So it's a very big drop to what I'm earning now. But the thing is that there's nothing to do here anyway, because all the events are some of them, like, there's not as many events, and then most of the time they get canceled.
So you were doing like electrical stuff for like concerts and stuff, or that kind of thing?
Actually, I was doing government contracts. So we built we were building a train station or a train line, and I worked on a couple of the stations, and we were doing all the electrical work for the trains and things like that. We were doing like tunnels, and then then they were building some tunnels for roads, because here in Sydney, we're imploding. Our population is imploding, and we haven't built the roads for the population we've got, and we also have a growing population, so we have to build for the future, because otherwise we're just going to have like clogged up streets and stuff. So starting to look more and more like America, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because here in St. Louis, they really built a lot of roads, and a lot of people kind of moved out of the city, more in the suburbs and stuff. And so there's a lot of roads. With respect to the population, there's probably more road than we need, but it's nice because the traffic is pretty light, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's the idea, is that if your population is growing, then not much point in waiting like Sydney did until it's really bad before you then put up all the roadblocks and try to fix it. I also worked on a tram line as well, and building the trams and stuff. So yeah, there's lots of government construction going on because we just don't have the roads. Like apparently we needed to build roads like 20 years ago.
Of course.
Yeah. So we're finally catching up to all the needed work now. But yeah, I really enjoy what I'm doing now on my Slightly Crazy Vegan channel, and just uploading to OnlyFans and Patreon.
I've got the channel here. Let me put a link because I can do that. It's my stream. Okay, here. Yeah. If you want to go to her channel, and there's some stuff. There's some cooking things. If you could watch what's being cooked. I'm just saying. So anyway, I think you did video on, I don't know what it was, feminism or something, and I did a response, and then you did a response to me, which is funny. I thought it was hilarious. I really did.
Yeah.
So
Responseception.
one more time. Sorry.
Responseception.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Do you get it?
No, I think so. Yeah.
You know the movie Inception?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen it.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Basically, it's where you're in a dream, but then when you're like your life is in a dream and then in a dream or something like that, it's called inception or something. Oh. So anytime something is in something that's in something, then it's whateverception.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Yeah, I think I saw an advertisement for that movie the other day. Like, I've got Netflix or some crap, and I haven't seen it, but I haven't really been to a movie for a really long time because, as you know, with the lockdown and the masks and everything, they kind of shut them.
It was like 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I don't think I've actually been to a movie for about 20 years. I mean, it's weird. I know.
That's sad.
Well, you can just watch it at home eventually,
Yeah, but you can watch Inception at home because it's that old.
I hear you. I mean, some of the new movies. I mean, now it seems like the model is changing where, they're releasing movies in theaters. And I think Disney just put out a movie. What was it called? With what's her face? Black Widow. Yeah, well, that one, but it was Black Widow with the redhead. What is her? Oh God, Scarlett Johansson.
Okay.
Yeah, and apparently the movie theaters were a little pissed because Disney also released it on like Netstream or Netflix or something, and so it took money away from the theaters, and they were kind of unhappy about that. And so that whole model is changing because of course, I'm a lot older than you are. And there was a time where we didn't have VCRs or anything, right? I mean, if you wanted to watch a TV show, you had to watch the TV show, right?
Oh, okay. I came from the time where we had VCRs, but we didn't have like any CD. Sorry, we had CDs, but we didn't have DVDs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I was born in 1964, right? So we still had black and white TV.
My dad was born in the 60s, yeah.
Yeah. Because I think my daughter, you and her, are about the same age, in the 30s somewhere, I think. Okay. But we had black and white TV, and we had 4 channels of television, and there was no VC, there was no cable.
Can I respond to Carl? He said, "Why do so many women think being nude is empowering?" So I just want to say that I'm not nude to empower myself or any other woman. Okay. I'm nude because I'm a nudist and I enjoy being nude. And there's a lot of stigma, I guess, around nudism being a sexual thing. And women, obviously there's a lot of things that like expectations that women used to have or still kind of have, like a lot of shame and guilt around sexuality for women. So I think that anything that where a woman does something sexual and we allow her to do that without guilt or shame is empowering. But I don't do it to be empowered. I just do it because I really enjoy it. And there's men that are nudists and they don't get accused of doing it for empower. So I'm exactly the same as a man who's a nudist.
Well, I mean, there's nobody complaining, is there? I mean, there's I think you're at a nude beach somewhere, right, on one of your videos in Australia.
Yeah,
I assume they have them somewhere. Yeah.
Cobblers Beach. Yeah, there's a few nudist beaches in New South Wales. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if that's your thing, I mean, I have no issue with it. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. I mean, for me, I wouldn't want to walk around with nothing on, but that's, again, it's kind of a personal choice, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, who, if I might get back to what you commented, who is shaming women for being sexual? Who would that be?
Oh God, do you want me to like name specifically, or
no? I mean, in general. I mean, who? I mean, is it men saying, or women, or the church? I mean, who is it?
Well, if I said men, then well, that would imply men in general, which is not true.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, I think that some men do have that old mentality. And yeah, I think you're right with the church thing. I think that they're more shame for like anyone having sex before marriage.
Yeah.
So I guess in a way, the church is not necessarily sexist. Like they kind of are in a way that they believe in traditional roles. But yeah, I don't know. Like I don't really know. It's kind of been going on for a really long time where it's kind of not acceptable for, it's kind of like a man's thing to sleep around. But if a woman does it, she has no value. And I haven't really, apart from in primary school where, like not primary school, high school where it's like children kind of had this idea that that's what they're being taught. But I can name, like I have seen some misogynistic stuff on YouTube recently, which is really saddening. And I can't believe that they haven't been cancelled for being completely sexist, like discriminatory. I mean, I think it's discrimination. And I mean, if I was YouTube, I would take it down. But there's a YouTube channel called Fresh and Fit. And
yes.
Yeah.
Yep, I watched them. Yep.
Yeah. And they say like, oh yeah, but when a man sleeps around, it's because he must have value because of blah, blah, blah. And if a woman sleeps around, then it mustn't be any value. I'm like, that makes no sense. Like they honestly have no reasoning except for the fact that they're hurt, like they're severely hurt by women, and they just are looking to project their sadness and pain onto women. It's pretty sad.
I think maybe what they're getting at, and I can't speak for certain because I haven't really honestly paid that much attention. I've watched them, because that's where I think they bring on like some girls that they meet at the club or whatever, and they talk about stuff, right? I think that's what they do, and they bring on some like we call it Crimson Capsule, but the RP guys, like Better Bachelor was on there, Coach Greg Adams, some of these guys. But I think what they're saying, and maybe I'm wrong here, guys, in the comments, feel free to ask questions too, by the way, if you want to chat, have something to say to Emily. I think what they're saying is that men who are able to sleep with a lot of women are viewed as desirable because they're getting a lot of women. Does that make sense?
I really desire men that sleep around.
Okay, well, I mean, but that's your...
Like, if a guy's like, I sleep around, I'm like, okay. If a guy's like, yeah, I don't have much sex, I'm like, okay. I don't really see them as desirable. I think they're seen by desirable by other men. Like, I think it's because men want that. And so therefore they're like, oh, well, men must be desirable because that's what I want. But women sleeping around, it's just because men are easy.
Yeah, well, we're wolf dogs. I mean, when it comes down to it. But you said something very interesting. You wouldn't necessarily prefer a guy who sleeps around a lot.
I don't really care either way. It doesn't really bother me. I wouldn't ask. I don't even care.
Okay.
About a guy's sexual past.
Not at all, really. Okay. When you hear, excuse me, when you hear slut shaming, you've heard that, right? Who is doing the shaming mostly? Do you think?
Everyone really. Like not everyone, as in like every type of person. So women, men, like all different types of people. There's no one that like type of person that I think isn't doing it, like as far as men and women go.
If men indeed are the dogs that we are, which we pretty much are, why would men shame women who want to F them or F around? Why would that be?
They're upset that they don't get sex or they don't get enough sex, or the fact that they want sex but they don't want a relationship, but they can't get sex without lying and deceiving a girl into believing that they want a relationship, and then after they've had sex, then they don't want to have to deal with the woman afterwards, so they use it as a threat to say, okay, leave me alone.
It's like you're talking about pump and dump kind of you know, that kind of thing, you know, just the
Yeah.
men out there, you know, basically lying or really stretching the truth to women just to get in their pants, and then they don't call them in the morning and all that stuff. It's more of a pickup artist type deal, though, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, well, they're the ones that use like the whole shaming as a threat. Like, I'm going to ruin your reputation if you don't leave me alone. You have to act like you don't care. Blah 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 blah. It just makes women not trust men.
Mhm.
And I think it's really sad, because I think that if we empower women to not feel guilty and shame towards having sex, then men are going to get more sex, because we're going to be like more open. And that's the thing, like men, like here's the thing, in countries where women are still guilted and that, men get less sex. And like, whereas like in Western countries where women are more liberated, there's more people having sex. You know, there's more men getting sex. That's great. Why would we not want to liberate everyone?
Yeah, I mean that is a sort of common notion that, well, in these liberated countries, more and more men are everybody should be happy, right? But the problem is it's really not that way. What's happening is the top men are having more sex. The regular men are not. That's the bottom line. And so you have a small group of men that are getting laid all the time. Now,
do you have any scientific evidence to back that up?
Do I have any what?
Scientific evidence to back that up?
No, just anecdotal evidence. I mean, I could tell you about my father if you want to. You know, he's what, 80?
Anecdotal evidence is the lowest form of scientific evidence that you can bring.
Well, it's not really scientific. It's just a story, right?
Yeah,
Correct?
that doesn't mean it's true. So it's just a story of your own experience.
Well, I guess. I mean, you know, I don't think I can think of anything, any research. There was that.
Everything she just said was a lie. Was a lie. You mean is a lie. Crazy uncle.
Crazy uncle. Everything she said was.
Some people just want to believe that because it makes them feel better. I think that like women have these things as well where we lie to ourselves to try to protect ourselves from getting hurt, but really they just end up hurting us even more.
Yeah, Zurink says the OkCupid was evidence. Did you ever hear about that? Where they did something like...
Isn't that a dating site?
Yeah, it's like a dating site, and they did some survey. And again, it's not scientific, obviously, but it had some. It said something like that. Oh God, what was it? I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's something like women consider most men to be average in looks or something. You know, most men, like 70 or 80% of men are average, right? And they're the 20% or whatever at the top are the ones that they're really going for, where most men had a normal distribution of, you know, women. Does that make any sense? Normal distribution is going to be like a bell curve, right? They're a bell curve. Do you know what I'm talking about? The normal distribution is just things in nature tend to, over time and experiment, tend to go toward a normal curve, which is here. I'll show you. Hold on. Let me find it. It's statistics is what it is here. Normal.
Honestly, I feel like women get this same shit before, like, you know, we want to be in a relationship, but then we, you know, like it's really hard. It's harder for a woman than it is for a man. So if a man wants to be, like, I feel like if a man wants to be in a relationship, it's going to be easier for him to get into a relationship. Whereas if a woman wants to be in a relationship, it's really, really hard because a lot of men just want sex. So it's like, I feel like the men that want, like, I don't know, like it's hard. Like, I'm just saying, like, these are just anecdotal misconceptions and everything. So, yeah.
So can you see the screen? That's a normal curve. Basically, most things are around the mean. This is 1 sigma is like 68% of, you know, so men would have described women as a curve like this. In other words, a 10, there are very few 10s, very few 1s, you know, somewhere here in the middle is kind of where most men believe most women are. However, the curve is skewed when you ask women. They believe that most men below here are average. So it's only these guys up here that are very attractive. So that's basically what that research said. And again, it's not scientific, right? I mean, it's just, you know, it's a dating site. You know, what do you expect, right? BJ, don't show her facts and logic. She might explode. Come on, you guys. Stop. Marie and the Ghost Monkey says, in the older research, where'd she go? The average was about 2 to 3 sex partners for the average of people. Okay. 2 to 3. Is that for women or men? I don't know.
So I think Michael Holler proves my point. He said, why get into relationship sex can be paid for? Why spend 10 hours a weekend shitting on your street? I don't know what shitting on your street for a chance.
I don't know what that means. Sorry.
No, but it's like, yeah, but here's the thing, like, I don't know, like, it's hard to explain, but I feel like if we didn't liberate women, what makes you think that the average guy is going to get more? Like, they're not.
Well, I mean, the average guy.
Who they go for.
Average guys never got laid that much. You know, that when you hear from the past where you know, these men were out running around and doing all that stuff.
Ages ago, like times have changed.
Except that hasn't changed. That's the same as always.
No, I think it has. I think you should ask the young people.
So you're saying that average men can get laid all the time whenever they want, kind of thing?
Well, not like good men either. Like men that are like really like good looking may not necessarily be able to get laid all the time. So,
really?
Yeah.
And so if this is known about men, that men are dogs and they're just trying to trick women into, you know, giving it up and not really wanting a relationship. Women know these things. So why do they then give it up? Maybe they want to get laid. I mean, you know, maybe they want to have some fun too, you know?
Yeah, well, women have sex because they want to have sex.
Yeah. And so if men take advantage of that particular situation, and I don't mean take advantage in a bad way, but I mean, if it's there, it's on offer, men are going to probably take it. So why would that be an issue if men just want to get laid and they don't want to have a relationship?
That's fine as long as they're open and honest about it.
As long as they're upfront. Yeah, no, I agree totally. Yeah, I agree totally.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like I've had sex with plenty of men that are like, yeah, I just want to have sex, and I'm like, yeah, sweet. And it's fine, but I don't like it when they lie. Like I remember when I've been like, yeah, I just want to have sex, and I've had guys say, no, I want a relationship, and then I'm like, oh, okay, and then went on a couple of days, then we had sex. And it's like, never heard from him. And I'm like, really? I'm the one that wanted, like, I said I just wanted to have sex. And then I don't know why they still felt the need to lie. I don't know.
Well, maybe they weren't lying. Maybe it's just they spent some time with you or you with him. And they're just, I don't think it's going to work. I don't know. That's a personal thing. I mean, I don't know.
Yes. But then it's like, he didn't then say, I don't like you, but I'd like to have sex with you. He just had sex with me and then left. So.
But I mean, I understand, but I mean, you did agree to it, right? I mean, I thought women had this.
It's rape. I'm just saying that. I'm just trying to say that, like, sometimes they just lie.
No, well, sure, but I mean, I thought women had the ultimate bullshit detector when it comes to, you know, weeding out bad men. No, I mean, if these guys, how could you not know?
The whole point is that we are just as clueless as you are.
Okay.
Here's the thing: guys who are jerks who get laid, it's because they know how to act nice.
But again, you're really talking more on the pickup artist type guys, right? Do you know what I mean by pickup artist?
No, I don't. Like, it's just like it's like, yeah. Go on, continue.
Oh, I mean that's kind of what it sounds like to me. Is the pickup artists will work their magic. They have this game or whatever the hell it is. And I despise these people because that's exactly what they're doing is they're lying just to get laid. There's, I want a relationship. And, well, you know, let's go to the fair and let's go to the farmer's market and all that stuff. And, of course, the women do whatever they do and then they dump them. I think that's really a bad thing. I think it's toxic.
Yeah.
But that's a very, very, very small percentage of men, though. Really.
No, that's like huge. It's
really?
A lot. Oh, yeah.
Is it because maybe you're attracted to those guys, or is that possible? Just that, not necessarily you don't want to get burned by them, but maybe there's a certain type of dude that you kind of prefer. And some of them happen to just be this pickup artist type guy, right?
No,
Maybe?
like, I know I'm attracted to all different types of guys, but I think I think that every woman falls across those guys. They're the guys that get sex because they lie to women. But yeah, like, I mean, it's funny how we talk about women's reputation, but we don't really like, it's like, it's hard to kind of spread a bad reputation around men. Like, I don't know.
No, I do understand what you're saying. And getting back to the whole, well, it's, he gets laid a lot. Hey, he's the man and all that stuff. I don't think many women have any idea how hard it is for average men to get laid. I really don't think you have any idea. Do you know how hard it is?
No, well, I'm bisexual, so I have actually dated women. And I can say that it is harder for me to date, like to find women to date. Like when I was like just on the dating apps, like I got treated exactly like how guys like complain about. Like I'd talk to them and then they wouldn't talk back to me, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
So I was like, I had to talk to many women before like one would actually have a conversation with me and we'd meet up.
That's interesting. Who paid for dinner?
I
suppose, was it the one who asked, probably?
No, we went 50-50.
Oh, really? Do you do that with guys too?
Yeah. So the expectation is that you pay for yourself, but if I offer or if they offer, then like if they offer, I say, yeah, that's fine. But I might then say, oh yeah, like I'll pay, like if they say, I'll pay for dinner, I'm like, okay, cool. And if I'm still hungry, which most of the time I am because I love dessert, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll be like, oh, I'll pay for dessert. So.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. But I mean, you probably will agree the expectation is, the man is the one who is expected to pay, right?
No,
normally.
The expectation is that you pay for your own. That's
well, I mean, for you, yes, for you. Yeah. But I mean, in general, do you think that's women in general or?
Nowadays, yes. But it's, I guess old school used to be like they used to get taught, okay, you're the man, you pay for the dates and stuff. But I think that's really out of date because it comes from like that traditional thinking comes from the idea that women didn't like work, or they worked a small time job and they weren't expected to have a career. They were expected to, raise a family, so therefore they didn't have money, or they only had, or they like depending on what time you're talking about, they only had a little bit of money,
Yeah, but obviously, as you mentioned, times have changed, right?
Yes.
So it's sort of this. I don't know if you want to call it the patriarchy because that's everybody's favorite boogeyman. But it certainly is. The social construct, I guess, years ago, was that if you asked a woman out, you would pay for dinner and all that other stuff, right? That's cool.
Yeah.
And but
hang on, my cat is annoying me. Hang on.
Oh, sure.
Tiggy, really?
Where's she at? She has a cat named Tiggy. I had a cat named Tiggy too. That was the cat that the coyotes in Texas had for lunch, I think. Riggs Jr. is here. Zeranx, Alexander Grace had a female friend of his try to navigate. Yes, I remember that. That was very interesting. Okay, so getting back to the topic. Okay, fair enough. We should split things up because we're in the modern age. Tell me about alimony. Why is that still a thing?
I don't know, but it should be banned. So stupid.
But
but we're not in the 50s where it was like, oh, women, what are you gonna do? You can't work now. Like, fuck off. We can work. So I don't understand. I don't understand why we would have to pay the other person with a marriage. Like, everybody should go into a marriage with the expectation that if they break up, they look after themselves. So, I mean, the only time that I agree with child support if one parent is needing, like if one parent is doing more of the custody, then I definitely believe in, you know, having that money for the children's sake. But as far as alimony goes, I think it's outdated. In fact, I don't know if we really practice that in Australia. Like, I think I heard of it, but I like here in Australia, I never hear, oh, I pay her alimony. I think once, like my dad, like, and my mum split up, and my dad doesn't pay my mum anything. No.
Well, the laws really vary. In the United States, it's really a state by state thing. So the federal government theoretically doesn't have anything to do with marriage, although they really do. But it really is a state by state thing. For example, you may have heard Dr. Dre has to pay his ex $300,000 a month in alimony, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, I can see there should be something like that. For example, say the female or the male, either one, they gave their career up to stay home with the kids, and they lost out on years of experience and work. And then if there's a divorce, they get out and they're starting at ground zero. I could see maybe where there should be something like that, but it almost seems almost automatic at this point. It's like, oh yeah, you got to pay your alimony. Why? She can go get a job. Or if she was working the whole time, why should she? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, she was working the whole time. It's like, what?
But I mean,
yeah, it is hard, and men now take a bigger role on looking after children, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. But when it comes to the issues that, say, feminists find important, alimony is not one of them. That's never mentioned. So, I mean, if you want to be,
rights isn't really. I mean, I have heard. I believe in equality for men and women, so that's why I call myself a feminist. Yeah. I only really just started kind of fighting for, you know, gender equality. So like with my YouTube channel, but I haven't really been a part of the organizations yet or anything like that. I think that I kind of wanted to get more into gender equality, you know, with the YouTube channel, which has been the pandemic. So hasn't been a lot of, I guess, protests or like organizations, like events and stuff. So we'll soon find out. But yeah, like it's something that is needed for feminism, is more like men's rights as well being discussed.
But that really isn't, though. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, like
they don't care. That's not that. Well, and I mean, I understand to a point,
I have
because
talked to other feminists and they do. So it just depends on the feminist. But I have had an argument with this one feminist online, and she's like, "Oh, it's for women by women," and I'm like, "What?"
Well,
I was like, "Are you stupid?" And I was like, "What do you mean for women? Like, as in like only?" I've heard the argument, you know, feminism, you can only be a woman. Like if you're like you can't be a man feminist. I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. If you're for gender equality, why can't a man be for gender equality? It doesn't make any sense. And I think that these girls, these women that are fighting, like, you know, they call themselves feminist. Like, I think that I was talking to my best friend, and she's a feminist, and she agrees with a lot of things that I say as well. And she said that, you know, and she said, we don't really call them feminists. So like if a woman calls herself a feminist, but she doesn't care about men at all, then they're not really feminists. They're, what's it called? Oh, they give them another name. They name them something else.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're like, they actually put them down by calling them tenors or starts with T. I don't know, but hang on. Let me just like Google it. Hang on.
Well, there is something called a TERF, but that's
TERFs. Yeah, that's it. They call them TERFs.
That's a let's see, what is that called? TERF is it's against trans people, exclusionary radical feminists, right?
Yeah,
who don't believe in the trans stuff.
Yeah. So because but she kind of says like anyone that only fights, like that calls themselves a feminist but only fights for women's rights, they call TERFs. Because if you don't fight for men's rights, then why would you be fighting for trans rights? So Yeah. But I think I'm not sure about trans rights. Trans rights can be fought on their own separate platform, but it doesn't make sense for gender equality to not include men in that equation. But I don't know.
No, I
It doesn't make any sense.
And I mean, I think most people are for women's rights and all that stuff. So I guess the natural question then to you would be, how do you define gender equality? What would that look like?
Gender equality is more about it's not about women and men having to do the same thing. It's about giving women and men the same opportunities and the same options. So it's basically if a woman can choose whether to stay home or work, and then a man should be able to do the same. If he wants to stay home with the children, or if he wants to go to work, it should be a choice between the two people looking after the children.
But people have that opportunity now, so you kind of lost me there a little bit. I mean, if a man and a woman want to arrange their home situation where he stays home and she works or whatever, I mean, that's really up to them, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. But what I was just giving an example of what's opportunity, right? But here's the thing: while legally they have that right, so socially there's a stigma there. So women can stay home and look after children, and it's seen as completely normal. But if a man decided to stay home and look after children while the woman worked, it's more stigmatized. There's more you're a real man type of thing. So feminism isn't just about fighting for legal rights. It's also about fighting social pressures and social stigmas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But if we do live in this oppressive patriarchy, as some people say, and men have, just superhuman rights because we're men, why would it matter if he wants to stay home? Who cares what anybody says? He's privileged, right? Or whatever. So I understand your point. There is this societal expectation, I guess you could say, that, if someone is going to stay home with the kids, it's probably going to be the woman. Probably. Not necessarily. I mean, that has been changing. And I mean, but again, that whole concept is sort of between the man and the woman, right? I mean, what can we expect government to do? I mean, the society will change eventually, right? Us old people are going to die out eventually. And then there's going to be the new people come in. But I mean, it does take time, right?
It takes time to set a standard. It's up to us to, fight, empower men, empower women. But yeah, here's the thing, here in the West, okay, there's not really a lot of things that women legally don't have that a man doesn't have. As far as custody goes, well, I don't know about over there, but here in Australia, legally, it's 50-50 between the man and the woman. So it's more about social stigma at this stage, in Western countries. In other countries, very different story. Some women don't even get a right to education. So in other countries, it's very much needed that we need to, fight for their rights to be able to wear what they want to wear. There's some women literally sitting in jail because they didn't wear a certain piece of clothing, whereas a man didn't have to follow that rule. It's only applied for women, and now they're sitting in jail for the rest of their life. It's ridiculous. And they're the women that we really need to be fighting for of a legal sense. Is the fact that some women are married off at 14, maybe younger. There's women that aren't getting educated. They're not entitled to education. There's women that are expected to have children. They can't opt not to, and they can't. And there's not a lot of job opportunities. This is all overseas stuff. Overseas. This is all other countries outside of the Western world. The Western world is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're probably talking more about like Islamic countries or fairly religious, sort of, I guess you could say, old-fashioned conservative, and in some, like as you say, like in some countries, you know, it's illegal for women to go outside by themselves, and it's kind of crazy stuff like that.
Yeah.
How is, I mean, the Islamic faith has been around for 1500, 1600 years, right? I mean, how can feminism expect to change something that's been around almost 2 millennia? I guess it's impossible.
Well, how long was slavery around?
Slavery was around for thousands of years. Yeah,
Exactly, and that was in America. Now we don't have that.
So, America and a lot of other places. Actually, slavery still exists in some other countries. But we won't mention.
Someone asked me, when am I booking my ticket? Well, I'm not legally allowed to leave my country at the moment.
My God, no! What did you do? Are you in trouble?
No, lockdown. Australia,
that's
no one's allowed to leave there. Remember?
That's right. Well, you see,
in Australia, we are one of the strictest countries. We've been no one's allowed to leave. Like, no one's been able to leave the country for tourist reasons. It's only special privileged people that are allowed to leave the country for certain reasons. And that's been set since the beginning of 2020.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I don't know. I don't think we have so much of that in the United States, but I think Canada is pretty
that slavery is still around. Yes, it is, but not as prevalent as it was. So slavery is now illegal in a lot of countries, but there is still slavery going on that's illegal. But at least it's not legal. You know what I mean? Like, at least they have to sneak around. They have a chance. You know, there's a lot of sex trafficking and labor trafficking as well. So I do understand that there is. Sorry, I'm just responding to the comments. There is still slavery. There is still slavery around, but at least it's not. I mean, I don't know about every single country, but here in the West, like, it's not legal, so they have to do it under the radar. So at least we're progressing.
Yeah, I mean, the sex slavery thing is still, unfortunately, it's big, right? There's a lot of that crap going on. It's a shame. I don't know how do you solve that except to put these bastards in jail, right? Or worse.
Yeah, well, just the cops and things like that. And there is certain organizations I know in America, they made these bands, these wristbands. This was like years ago, but and what would they do? They would walk up to working girls, and they would just say, "Here, take a free band." And then they would say, "If you're in trouble, please call this number." Mm-hmm. So basically, they would wear this band, and then their pimps or like their traffickers would think it was just a band, and on the inside of the band is the number. Yeah. And so basically they're like, call this number if you're in trouble, because sometimes, there's a lot of women in America that are prostitutes by choice, but there's a lot that aren't. So you've got to differentiate between the ones that are like, no, I'm doing this because I want to, and I'm doing this because someone is making me. And the thing is that a trafficker doesn't necessarily have to be a part of a big organization. It could just be like a really abusive boyfriend.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, some guy. I mean, unfortunately, that kind of crap does happen. But
so hang on, someone says prostitution is legal in Europe. So sex work is legal here in Australia. Prostitution isn't, because prostitution in Australia means that you solicit from the street, which is illegal. So if you're on the street and you're like, hey, let's have sex for money, that's illegal. You have to be in a licensed facility, and you have to be like, you have to work in that licensed facility as a sex worker for it to be legal. But, anyway, I don't really know what his point was, but yeah.
Well, I think somebody said earlier in the comments that we should just legalize prostitution or sex work or whatever.
I think it's good because we can slow down the rate of STDs, and we can provide a safe space for people to do it. And there's less things going on the street, like, get it off the street, make it safe, make it protected,
Sure. Well, I mean, I would imagine that there are some women who do that by choice, I guess, but because maybe they have a drug problem or, that kind of thing, who knows? Because in the state of Nevada, Las Vegas, it's not legal in Las Vegas, but other parts of Nevada, it is legal.
Okay.
Prostitution's legal. And except in Vegas itself. But of course, everybody kind of turns a blind eye because it's happening all over Las Vegas as well. Apparently it's not.
That's because it's not a real, it's not a real victim thing. It's not like the person's going to be like, oh no, this guy is going to come out and be like, so I paid for sex from this prostitute.
Yeah.
Who's the victim here? The prostitute or the person paying for it? No one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's again, if everybody agrees and there's no coercion, no problem.
Exactly.
But getting back to child support in the United States, it is not 50%. The default is the mother gets the custody, I guess you could say, or a custodian. Where is it in England? They don't call it custody anymore because it sounds like it's you own the kids or whatever. The point is, she will typically get the kids, right? And then he has to pay child support. Feminist. I'm sorry?
It's ridiculous.
Well, it is. And we actually have feminist groups in this country that fight shared custody. They fight it.
Really? Why?
Well, follow the money. If you have 50% custody, there's no child support. You see? In
Australia, if you get 50% custody, you still pay child support depending on the situation of how much each people earn. And also, in some cases, the women, if they earn a lot of money, then they have to pay the man money. I think that's how it works.
I mean, that does happen.
I'm confused about that. I don't know. I don't know all the things. But, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, something definitely needs to change within feminist movements if that's the case. Depends on who you talk to. But if you're trying to fight share custody, I don't understand how you think that men are less important or less deserving of time with their children.
Exactly. Yeah, and I don't. It's a complicated situation because it is a state by state thing. Right?
It's hard for me to fight for that because here in Australia, it's not like that.
Yeah, no, I totally understand.
To fight something that doesn't even happen in my own country. But yeah, I do like to make videos and stuff. And the thing is that the more awareness, opinions that we spread and we get it a ball rolling, and especially if we talk about men's rights and everything, it would be good to piss off a few women as well. Because, no, but honestly, you can't be like, yes, empower women, and then be like, no, we have to be better than men. It's like, no, it's equality. It's called equality for a reason.
But I mean, typically what I've noticed especially in the Western countries.
BJ said Australia is very bad. Don't believe her lies or ignorance. Do you care to explain? Do you care to provide any evidence for that claim, or at least provide how it's bad? Is it bad because we have, deadly spiders and
yes, everything wants to eat you in Australia.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure that I'm surrounded by heaps of dangerous spiders right now, but I don't really care. We live together in harmony. I'm not worried. You know what? It's funny, but everybody goes on and on about the poisonous snakes and spiders. The thing with snakes is that they're usually scared. If they hear vibrations, if they feel that we're coming, they could most of the time they go away. And most of the time they're not in around residential areas, unless you're out in the country. I'm just saying majority, right? And then spiders are kind of just there, and unless you touch them and want to give them a little bit of a pat, you're probably not going to get stung. Obviously there's bitten. Obviously there's incidents where you put here's the thing, we learn you don't put your fingers in certain places. All right. That's something I learned from when I was a kid. It's don't put your hand under there. Why? Because there could be spiders. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's no different. I mean, it's the same thing. Here in Missouri, I think we have. I don't know if we have rattlesnakes or what, but there's you just have to be. Yeah, I mean, it's it's something we like to make fun of Oz about a little bit. It's like
Yeah, I
everything's
know.
trying to eat you.
Here's the thing, right? No one talks about magpies. Aussies do, but no one outside that. No one thinks magpies are like, it's like a redback spider. Okay, you leave the redback spider and the redback spider don't bite you, right? The snake, you don't go near the snake and the snake probably doesn't bite you, right?
Right.
Magpies will fucking swoop you.
Oh,
They
really?
will come up you. Yeah, and they're up in the trees. So if you're just like walking to your letterbox and they happen, okay, here's the thing, right? Magpies are fine, but if they're female, I'm gonna shit on females now. So if you're a female magpie and they have babies up in a nest, they're really protective of their babies.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they will swoop anyone that is nearby. And
Yeah, we
they
have.
know to peck at people's heads.
Oh, yeah.
And if you look up and you don't look away, they'll peck your eye out.
Oh, really? Wow. That's
Yeah, like Halloween, like so many people dress like, you know, the ranger, like Aussie Ranger, and they'll have like, I remember the Halloween, they had like a magpie on their shoulder like that, like up like that, and it was holding like an eye, and they had an eye patch.
Oh, God. Well, we have little what they call barn swallows here. They're not. Magpies are a bigger bird, but they'll do the same thing. When they have the little ones, they'll swoop and they'll try to scare you away. And I always thought that was interesting because then you kind of know where the nest is. If you were so inclined, you could probably go find them. But yeah, we have the same kind of
True,
thing.
but see, you wouldn't really want to, because if you went to go up there, they would probably they can actually crack your head open.
Oh, really? Jeez.
Yeah, they're very dangerous. They're very
Wow.
dangerous, especially for kids, because kids, they're so innocent. They look up and they don't think, oh, something's swooping me. They don't go like this. So they're more likely to get their eye pecked out because they're looking.
Yikes.
Yeah, so that's why with children, you've got to be really careful around magpies. You've got to protect them and stuff. But it doesn't really happen. Like I said, it's like seasonal, and like it depends where the magpie has her babies. I've been swooped like near my place. But I've been swooped maybe like 2 times in my whole life. Oh, maybe 3 times in my whole life.
Wow.
So yeah,
I got bitten by a raccoon.
It's really scary. Like, it's really scary. Like, I've had a snake go past me and I've been like, okay, it's fine. I've had like redbacks live in my house and I've been fine. But I've been swooped by like a magpie and it's fucking scary. Like, I was scared. I was screaming. I was like running away, like, ah! Like that, running away. It's really scary.
Well, like I said, we kind of joke about Australia, but you know, you're making the point is that, oh my God, even the birds want to eat you. It's terrible.
They don't want to eat you. They just want to like peck you, you know?
So let's get back to a little bit of feminism here. I know you probably have something going on here. So we've been here an hour. I guess we'll go a little longer if that's all right.
Yeah.
Now, save the countries that are not in the Western world. Let's just talk about the West, Australia and, you know, Europe, America, whatever. What exactly is feminism fighting for, do you believe?
I mean, I'm not really a part of the organizations, so I can't I can't really say. I know that either I do or I used to. I donate money to a women's organization, but they help like overseas people.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think that like women need money here. The only time that I think that a woman kind of like where they need donation money is if they're in a domestic violence relationship and their kids are in danger as well, and they need to like run away from them, and well, then I believe that they should have some donation money to protect them from, you know, give them a place to stay. Lots of homeless people are actually, I don't know about Australia, but lots of homeless people I know are actually women and their children running away from abusive relationships, and they stay in their car.
In Australia? Really?
No, like I think just like in general, I think like I read it somewhere with homeless like people. There's a lot of homeless people that you can't see because they live in their cars. They sleep in their cars, and it's like women and children. I think it was America.
It could be. Yeah, I guess. Excuse me. I'm not aware of that. But, geez, sorry. Let me turn myself off here 1 second.
It's all good.
Gosh, I got a
Like
frog.
a
I got an
post-war
Australian
violence
magpie frog in my throat, I think.
post-war.
Uh,
Oh, well, I've never really made like I haven't always made money from my looks. Most of the time, like I started like my first job was KFC, then McDonald's. So I worked in fast food when I was, a teenager. And then I worked as a waitress, serving drinks. And then I went into childcare and I did childcare, so that wasn't looks. And then, but that was so shit money. And then I went into administration, and then I went into construction. So, yeah, I'd probably go to construction. And if something happens to my body where like I can't physically like capable of doing that, then I'll probably go into like administration. Yeah, I can do it in like receptionist role. Yeah, like I don't really have like I haven't really thought about it because I've always just been like, I'll just deal with it when it comes to it, kind of thing. I do have plans for my YouTube channel. I want to start building up my second YouTube channel to get it more like about my opinions rather than the nudist stuff. But I don't mind the nudist stuff. Like I really enjoy it. And like I know this lady who is like 40s and she's like doing nude cooking as well, and she gets a lot of views. So it's like, I got a lot of time before I hit that wall. Yeah, for me, I'm like, I wonder if for me, I'm not worried about my cooking show with the whole hitting the wall thing. I'm thinking about whether people will still pay when I'm pregnant. So I don't know. It just depends on like who I meet, because I'm single at the moment, but I do want to have children. So we'll see.
Cool. Great. Getting back to the previous discussion, though, in the United States, there are homeless shelters all over the place for women who are domestic abuse victims and all that. It's great.
Yeah.
That stuff should be there. Gosh.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It should also be there for men. Like,
But there aren't any. There's zero.
Yeah.
There are none.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, so I know that with domestic violence, even though I think it's like, I don't know about the statistic, but I know that women are more likely to be more likely to experience really bad, like brutal, like damages and death than men. Like even if women are really like, even if women are really abusive, they're less likely to kill their husband than a man is to kill their wife.
I would probably agree. Yeah. I mean, men, again, maybe it's the society, but I mean, women can get away with quite a bit, right? You can hit a guy and you could do this and whatever. And most men are not going to reciprocate. It's just when they do, I think sometimes, men just don't understand how strong we are. If we hit another dude, right, he's going to hit you back probably. And everybody, you go have a beer afterwards, you're done. But I mean, a female is extremely more fragile than men.
Weaker. Yeah.
I mean, your bones are weaker and everything.
That we have a smaller frame and yeah, so it is easier for a man to overpower a woman than it is for a woman to overpower a man, even if we do have an object. Because obviously men can also use objects as well, and then they're even 10 times more powerful.
Right.
So.
But I mean, that's probably where it comes from, that, men typically don't hit, even if women attack, men, you've seen some of those stupid World Star videos or whatever, where, these women are doing stuff and sometimes men do go ahead and hit them back. And I mean, that can be dangerous. You could literally kill somebody because men just don't understand how strong we actually are. It's kind of crazy.
Like push. Like there was this one video of this bouncer, and he was like, and these women were being bitchy and they were like, why won't you let us in? And I think it was like against rules or something. I think they went after the lock. What's it called? I haven't been to the clubs in so long. I don't even know what it's called. There's a certain time period that they don't let people back in.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like closing. Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. Last call or something.
You know what I mean? So basically, these women wanted to get back in, and then he was like, "Sorry, that's the rules." And they've like started kicking him and shit. And then he was like, "Can you like not kick me?" He was being really polite, and like he wasn't being rude to the women. He was being really polite and everything. And then and then he like, because they kept doing it, so he like pushed them away, and then they kept doing it, so then he pushed them really hard, and like one of them fell over. And most of the comments were like, yeah, they fucking deserved it. But then it's funny, but then a man, not a woman, but a man said, oh no, he shouldn't have pushed them. So, and that was a man. Here's the thing, like you say like, oh, you know, women treat like men, but it's like men treat men like shit too. Like men, like men tell other men, no. You have to treat a woman like that. You can't do this, and you have to pay, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh no, sure.
Like, yeah, or like, oh, you're not a man if you cry, or like, oh, you're not a man if you don't do this, if you don't do that. So like, it's not women, like women who are just pushing. Like, it's not just women that are pushing this idea; it's men as well. Emily, did you know that 42% of children killed by their parents in Australia aren't by the father? Oops. Oh, sorry, it like moved. Yeah, it never gets spoken of. You can look that up. I mean, I don't really see what that has to do with anything, because we don't agree with anyone killing like with children, or you know what I mean? It's like, why isn't it spoken about which gender? Why does it matter which gender? It's just bad that like children get killed in general.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a bad deal.
It's already illegal to both genders. It's not like, oh, it's more acceptable for a woman to kill her children. It's not. It's just as bad for anyone to kill children, no matter what their gender is. So I don't really see what the point is. But what the point is about speaking about it.
I think the point, excuse me, the point he's trying to make is that women can be violent as well. I mean, I think that's what he's getting at. Yeah. And
I think that women can be more like emotionally abusive as well. Not more than a man, but like that women definitely have that that ability. And yeah, it's not really spoken about enough, I guess. I can't. Here's the thing. Like, I'm just one person, you know. Like, I don't run an organization, a feminist organization, you know.
Right. Well, I mean, it's just these things. I think the point.
Blame it on PMS? No. I'm sorry, but wherever you pulled that was probably some moron article that doesn't know what they're talking about. But no woman has ever been like, I committed murder. That's because I had PMS. Oh, I can get away with it. Okay. No one's ever done that.
No, I think the some of the comments, I can't read them all. They're trying to make the point that if, say, a man killed a child and a woman killed a child, typically she is going to get a lesser sentence, which doesn't make sense.
Really. Yeah, I don't really get it either.
I mean, it's the same crime. And, you know, I don't know exactly what the statistics are, but it seems women are given slaps, especially when it comes to, for example, abuse, you know, abuse, like the teachers and all that stuff. I mean, if, excuse me, if a man did what some women do to their students, he would be in prison for decades, right? And they typically get a year, they get a slap on the wrist, that kind of thing. I think, especially in that particular area, it's really hard to comprehend because, you know, a lot of times they'll say, wow, he probably liked it, you know, or whatever. And it's never said in the same way, she probably liked it, right? No. He's a position of power. He abused her because she's just a young girl and all this other stuff. But if it's the same age boy, it's being abused by a female. Well, hey, shit, you know, hey, I wish I had a teacher like that when I was young, you know? So there tends to be a...
No, that's what guys are like. They're like, oh, man, I would have killed that. It's like, okay, that's not really going to help your case.
Yeah. But I mean, under the law, I mean, certainly...
Look, I'm not
the crime should be the crime. Well, I'm not either.
Really so, I mean, me fighting the law would be really hard because I don't understand. I don't really like. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't really understand the law very well. But yeah, like, I mean, we can voice our opinions about if it's unfair or not. But that's all the power that we have, really. I don't know.
Well, what's your thought on no fault divorce? Now, I don't know how it works in Australia, but in the United States,
no fault divorce. I don't know
no,
what that is.
you don't know what it is? Okay,
I
maybe
know
you
I've been
don't.
married, so
Well, maybe in Australia the laws are different. In the United States, typically every state, you do not have to have a reason to get divorced. You can
Yeah.
just say, I just don't want to be married anymore, and boom, done.
yeah, that's good. Consensual. If you don't consent to being married anymore.
But it doesn't take both, right? Just one.
Yeah, it's better because here's the thing, right? If I was in a relationship with a guy and I decided, or he decided that he didn't want to be with me, should he be forced to be with me because I still want to be with him? No. So why should it be any different to marriage?
Oh, I mean, I understand your point, but I mean, there's there's a lot of implications here, and we touched on alimony, child support, child custody, and all that stuff. But I guess my point is, if there's no particular reason, it's because it typically is the female. If she feels like it, I'm done with this, and she gets cash and prizes, right? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Now, I understand your point. I mean, if there's an abusive relationship and he's in
but if you just
or whatever,
want to be with that person, you shouldn't be forced to be with that person.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is that it goes both ways because it's not like only women can pull out for no reason. Men can pull out for no reason as well.
Yeah, but he gets stuck with the bill, though. He gets to pay the alimony and the child support, and the child custody gets to her. No matter what she does. I mean, sure, yeah, he could get out of it, but he has to pay.
That's the thing that needs to be changed, not the reason to leave. Because the thing is that you can't fight the system by being like, okay, well then you have to stick with that person. No, it should be like you should leave whenever you like, but what your entitlements to differ.
Yeah.
My family, like with my mum and dad, they just got 50-50. I don't think my dad doesn't pay any alimony, and my dad did pay child support to my younger brother and sister because I was already an adult when it happened. When they were younger, and then when they got older, he stopped paying. I don't really know how it works. You'll have to talk to him, but yeah, again, it's like a legal matter, and I mean, we have to fight it. I
understand.
All the ticks. I don't really know all the different things.
So, okay, 10:15, maybe just to kind of wrap it up, I guess, is that okay? We can wrap it up. We can read a few comments, but I think you've been kind of paying attention to them a little bit. So we're going to let some guys on here and let them vent after we're done. So, well, if you want to listen in, I'm sure it'll be interesting.
Let some guys on here?
Oh, yeah. Well, after we sign off with you, I'm going to let the chat come in.
Why can't they come in with me?
Well, they can. If you want them to come in, sure.
Yeah.
All right.
You think I'm afraid of some incels?
No. You can handle yourself. That's not the issue. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to post I'll give you 60 seconds to get your headphones and your microphone, and you can chat with Emily. It's been fun, I think. You know, it's always good to hear from the enemy.
Yeah.
See, I'm such a crazy bastard, aren't I? Yeah. I mean, it's when you are talking about some of these things, you know, and men's rights and all this, you tend to get broad brushed by the real freak jobs. You know what I mean? The real radical kind of crazy people, I say, in some ways, you know.
What, like incels, you mean? I get a lot of messages, stupid incel messages on my comments on my videos. They're really funny. I just read them and they're like, no, you're a liar. I'm like, and how am I a liar? But then that's it. They're just like, oh, your video should be taken down of YouTube. I'm like, really?
Yeah, I don't know why people they have nothing better to do, I guess. I have no idea. All right.
They're just really hurt. I don't know.
Crazy Uncle says there's no such thing as an incel. If you have $200, you can get it. Yeah, to some
Or that
degree,
an
he's
incel
right.
isn't just someone that can't get laid. It's someone that blames women for that.
Yeah, no. I understand, and
Yeah.
that's again. I think you're getting over to the. I would like to think a little more radical fringe. Well, it's women's fault. It's like, oh, okay, sure.
Someone asked me who hurt me.
Who hurt you? Yeah, that's a,
Uh,
well. Go
my
ahead.
ex a lot. And that's why I'm no longer with him and I have a restraining order against him. So
No kidding. Wow, that
yeah.
sucks.
Yeah. And
No.
also a few men when I was younger. This is why I'm still in guerrilla war with feminists. Guerrilla war? What's guerrilla war?
Like guerrilla warfare. I think he spelled it wrong.
Oh.
Should be GUER. Yeah, okay. But no, I think what
listening to me. Oh, well, in that case, keep listening to me. Really.
No, we'll keep listening. He's losing brain cells. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm kind of surprised. I figured the comments would be a little more zippy. They've been pretty tame, to be honest with you. But no, when
I agree with you with the fact that we need to fight for more men's rights.
Yeah, and the who hurt you thing is you hear that an awful lot from excuse me, typically feminists, that kind of thing. You know, because it's like, why, who hurt you? In other words, you know, why are you so anti-woman and all this stuff? And well, I mean, who hasn't been hurt? I mean, it's kind of stupid if you think about it, you know? Think about it.
Yeah, exactly. But what they mean is like, who hurt you to have these opinions?
Yes, but I mean, it's sort of derails the discussion.
So Michael Garrick asked me what my body count is, probably more than you.
Oh, are you shaming him? Shame on you.
No,
of course it's more than you.
Question.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time.
He's talking about chicks, right? I think I've slept with more chicks than him, yeah.
Well, I probably. I don't know. I don't know who that is actually, but
Hamster, we have to be tame to not get censored. Your favorite woman, Susan, pull my Jerry.
Oh yeah, that's right. If the comments, because I mean, I might be seeing comments here. I'm looking into this is the StreamYard, and so it puts the comments up, and I think some of the comments in StreamYard can get censored on YouTube because if it's too much or there's language and certain things, they'll just zap the comment. Yeah. So, or Polska Bob wants to. You want to come on, Polska? All right. You want to talk to Emily? All right. You ready? This is Polska Bob from Chicago. Hello, Polska.
So, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's address the whole who hurt you thing. All right. The whole who hurt you thing is an emotional response to facts and logic. That's why you always hear that it's the same thing. I've had this too, where I know exactly what a feminist or female is going to say. She's going to say, who hurt you? You have a small dick. You're a homo. You're an incel. Stuff like that. You still live in your mom's basement. When you present them with facts. Okay, so that's what that's
or maybe
about.
When you say sexist things that don't have any scientific backing.
Like what?
Well, give me an example. If someone says, "Oh, who hurt you?" It's probably because, well, I don't know. Like when I say it, it's probably because they've been very sexist, and it's not like there's no scientific backing at all. So stuff like, "Oh yeah, a woman, shouldn't leave the house," and like, like if she's married, she shouldn't leave the house unless she absolutely has to. I was hearing that from Fresh and Fit the other day. I was like, "Fuck off!" So funny.
That's ridiculous. They actually said that?
Yeah, they did. They were like, because she goes, "Oh, sometimes I just like to go dancing every now and again, not because I want to pick up or anything, but just because I just like going dancing every now and again and get away from the kids." And they said, "Oh, how about you get a babysitter and then you just dance in the other room?" And she's like, "I can't leave my own house. Like, can't go out with the girls." Come on.
I didn't listen to that particular thing, but I would say what they're probably saying is the reason she wants to go to the club and dance is to get attention from dudes. And they're saying, well, if you just want to dance, just You don't have to go to the club. Just do it in your house. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, Polska, you want to shut your camera off there?
You would shut it off.
Ryan's here. Yeah, because it burns my bandwidth up, and
Okay.
then the computer.
Yeah,
gets
no-
hot.
So what's the
yeah.
argument against the women going to the club? Or no, what's your argument against women not going to the club?
You mean what's my argument for women going to the club?
Yeah.
Well, like leaving the house, they're just talking about leaving the house unless she has to. I mean, because she's a person and she has rights and she's not a slave.
But do you get the argument that Fresh and Fit were making on the
Yes,
stream
I
about why?
understand that they don't want their women cheating, but here's the thing: you can't just lock someone away because you're afraid if they might do something.
No, but you do have morals, values, and ethics. You have principles.
Yes, to let someone make their own decisions.
Okay, she can make her own decisions while being a casual girlfriend and not my wife.
Okay, then don't be with a girl like that.
Yeah,
But
that's
don't make a girl. But don't make a girl
girls
stay
are
home because
fine.
I sure as shit won't be doing that.
That's why those types of girls are now gonna die. They're gonna have to
I can't hear
die
anything.
alone.
No,
Let's
they
try it.
don't. No, they don't. They don't. I know
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do. When men are
I
waking
know
other men
women
up,
that don't die alone. They're in loving
Emily,
relationships.
Okay,
Emily,
guys,
And they go out and they do their own thing.
guys, one at a time, please. Just one at a time.
Right?
Have you looked at the data regarding the happiness of women post 40, unmarried, and their financial conditions and their
It's hard,
poverty?
it's
I'm not
hard to
done.
measure
And
happiness.
And the rate of povertiness and everything else, it's all negative, especially with single women who are sold this bill of right, like this bill that they don't need a man. How do you account for that?
yeah, see, here's the thing, BJ, to build off of that, antidepressants and prescription psychotropic drugs in women, the rate of that is twice as high as it is for men in all age groups. And when it comes to how much money women make, the average woman and across the board and all income levels make less than men. Why? Not because of any wage gap, not because of any pay gap, but because they don't go into fields that earn as much money, even though all the diversity quotas are there, especially in STEM, and they work less hours than men do. And they also work less years in the workforce because they want to have families, get pregnant, find a husband, all that stuff. So then who pays off their student loans? The state does. That's why in America, Biden, one of Biden's campaign talking points was paying off your student loans, because someone has to. It has to be your husband or the government.
Oh, they don't want it to be the government. The government wants it to be the husband.
In Australia, the government does give out loans. The government gives out loans, and then you don't pay it back until you earn over $40,000 a year.
And how's that working out?
I don't know. What's the government? I don't know.
Well,
Google it.
Here's the funny things. You can't default on student loans. Like you can't file for bankruptcy and have student loan debt go away, like you can other debts when you file Chapter 11 for bankruptcy. Right. So someone has to pay that. She either has to find a husband who's a willing simp, who's willing to actually pay that in exchange for some unknown benefits, or the government has to sign programs and bills to increase the welfare state, in return increasing inflation through increased government spending, so that people's student loans can get paid off, because more women in college have student loan debt over men, because more women are in college than men are.
And most men don't get access to scholarships, so they tend to actually pay off the debt as they go. They don't have, because you can't just get like a student loan to necessarily cover the full amount for your classes. So a lot of times there is a little bit of a gap. So you got to work your ass off, unless you're a member of a privileged class. Say if you're a minority or especially a woman, and you get way more access to funds for schooling, And so that gap kind of disappears and you don't have to work. It's not like that for men.
Yeah,
I don't know, because it's the same for men and women in university. I don't really understand this because it's outside of my own country, but I don't really see your
It's the
point.
same in your country, though.
It seems like it seems like you just have to like, it seems like the woman is in a position where she has to find a man. That sucks. Imagine if
welcome to nature, babe. Welcome to nature.
I mean, that's why.
Come on, hey, we gotta be grown-ups here. Well, I'm sorry. In your world, you have men protecting you every day. You are protected by men, and I'm sorry. We are not.
Guys.
Come on now.
Emily, who hurt you?
let's try not to talk over each other. Emily, go ahead and respond.
Look, I'm trying to ask.
You're
saying it's nature, and I'm like, okay, but like, what is your point? What are you trying to say, that it's worse off for women, that it's worse off for men? Like life, it seems like you're saying life is more hard for women. And I'm like, I thought that your point was like the opposite.
No, I think we're saying that there's like a natural order, and that natural order is where a male goes out and earns resources, and a female essentially supports the male and raises families.
Okay, I don't really see it. Yeah, like if that's what someone wants to do, but your
burden has been wiped, but ours has not. We are still responsible for providing for the women. We still have the responsibility. But your responsibilities have been wiped away, and this is a problem. Do you not see it?
You just said that women over 40 who don't have a man are unhappy. Doesn't that prove that our responsibilities aren't taken away?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Women are increasingly unhappy in their older years when they do not have a man. The rates of
so that doesn't mean that our responsibilities are wiped away, does it?
Happy.
If we're depressed.
Becomes more politically leftist, as a woman becomes more politically leftist, her mental disorder rate goes up, because leftists are now are increasing in mental disability and just crazy disorders, narcissistic personality disorder, cluster B personality disorders. Whereas if you are more conservative toward the right, less people have mental disorders in those groups.
Or less people feel the need, feel a lot of pressure to hide their mental state.
No.
As a man,
I don't know about politics, the left and the right. I don't even understand that shit.
Look,
it's like
my grandpa and I were close, and he was a strong man, and he was not faking it. Your great grandma was way stronger than any of you and your sisters are, just like our great grandfathers are. They were strong, and why were they strong? Steel sharpens steel, and we live in a very weak. How to put this? Everything is handed to us. We are weak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, BJ, when you look at the cultural programming, the cultural programming through music, just normal music like, Cardi B and whatever, it's not just the feminist narrative that you get, pushed into you in the public education system, but it's also the music, okay? And it's also the programming that you get from a single mother, whether you're a boy or girl, and the programming that mother got from her grandmother and aunties. And this is happening in every race.
Okay, so what do you want?
Well, we gotta acknowledge how good we have it and stop bitching and moaning and trying to demonize each other.
Well,
dude, men make good things for this world, and feminism goes out of its way to destroy that. Day after day.
What are they destroying?
I don't need no man. Are you serious?
Well,
are you serious?
It's destroying men's motivation.
I think that
they work hard.
Yeah, but here's the thing: men don't need women either. So it's but it's one of those things where
no, we don't need women. No, but you really think women don't need a man? Okay, all right.
Well,
this is where the grown-ups. This is where the grown-ups come to talk.
I think that everybody, needs community. Because we're a community species. Hang on a sec. So everybody needs community. A sense of community, because we're community animals. And I think that I think that we're happy when we, not always, but like eventually we want to seek out a partner. Whether that
So are we
be
talking about happy or need? Because I said need, and now you're going into happy.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
Stay on
saying.
target.
Like, it's more about
Need.
it's more about like
You don't need a man. You
no, but hang
don't.
on a second.
No. I said don't need a man. You're challenging on that. Can you please?
I can't explain it to you if you keep talking over top of me.
Well, guys, here's
let her answer here, you guys. Come on.
yeah, and then I have 2 important points to make after she answers.
Okay, so I think that it's, I think that a lot of people want to be in a relationship, and I think when we get in a good relationship, we're really happy, and I think that we I'm bisexual, but like just I was a straight woman, I would say, yeah, like I'm happy, like I need a man to be in a relationship, but I don't need a man as far as financially, like, financial, or like, I've got family support, I've got friend support as well. So outside of that, I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Like, do you mean like as in emotionally, or do you like as in a relationship we need a man, or do you mean like we need a man as in for financial support?
Okay, here's the thing. The divorce rate for lesbian couples is higher than it is for gay male couples. Why? Because women need men. Because you need to have a male, you need to have masculine energy, and you need to have feminine energy. One person has to be more masculine, one person has to be more feminine. Okay? And men are just better because we're more logical, we're not as emotional, right? And women really don't even like each other. Right, because women are always in competition with each other.
Lesbians, then they do like each other.
Women are always, well, if that was the case, why is the divorce rate way higher for lesbian couples than it is for gay male couples? Why? Because women always compete with each other to knock each other out.
Well, that's your speculation, but you don't know that.
It's called logic. Why are now older...
No, I don't mean the statistics. I mean why. The reason why, you're just assuming. You don't actually know the reason why.
Why are older women and younger women competing for the same men? And why are older women who claim to be Christian not following their duty as written in Titus chapter 2 in the Bible to teach as older women to teach the younger women the proper ways of being a wife and mother? Why? Because those women you have multiple generations now competing for one generation of men.
Full disclosure, I'm an atheist, so I don't take any of that angle. But
yeah, I'm an atheist. Well, I'm not atheist. I'm agnostic, but I definitely don't believe in Christianity or anything like that. So,
well, now you're having old women teaching their younger daughters destructive feminist nature. Okay, so now both people are losing. Why? Because the older women now have to compete with the younger women for the same pool of dateable men. Okay, because younger women want men who have money. Older women want men who have money.
And looks.
Yeah.
No, I've dated plenty of guys with fuck all money.
I don't believe that.
Who didn't have money? Well, I mean, come on.
Fuck all money. No, I remember when I got with this guy, one of my exes, and he didn't have a job at the time. He had just moved to Sydney, and so he didn't have a job at the time. But I helped him. I helped him find a traineeship. This is when we were younger. I helped him find a traineeship. He didn't even drive. I had to drive him around and everything. So yeah.
What did he look like?
I don't know, average guy.
Here's the thing. I always hear all the time from women who... See, the thing is, this is why I don't feel sorry for women, because they get in bad situations on...
That's okay. I don't need you to feel sorry for me.
Because they purposely pick men who will not provide them the right outcomes. Because women do not look at outcomes down the road. They're not thinking about a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan.
No, I'm just thinking about love, like who I feel connected to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I can make my own money, so therefore I don't really care. I don't really care. I don't need a man that makes a lot of money, because
You don't need a man.
I don't. I said I don't need a man that makes a lot of money, because I can make my own money. I just want a man that I feel really connected to.
Well, what is it that you don't need a man for? Like one thing.
I don't need a man outside of like the reasons of love. So like,
okay.
Financial.
So you're fine if someone attacked you, you'd be just fine. You wouldn't need anyone to help you.
No, I said financial, like
Okay,
mostly.
so like your house, you could build your house.
I don't need to build a house.
Okay, so
Build
you would have only women do it. Yeah.
You don't know that you can buy a house pre-planned, right? Pre-made,
Right.
right?
Yeah, that was made by
Made by men.
by women. It's so cute.
Yeah, actually, I've helped build houses, but okay.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
bought
she
a
does
pre-
actually. She's a
I've
construction
built
worker.
trains, so
I've
I
asked.
know how to fucking use hammer.
So you hold the sign. But like, so you build a house built by men, but you don't need men. That was
What?
driven there.
No, come on now.
Oh, you mean like
let's not.
No, I thought you meant in dating.
No, this is a
You mean in society? Of course, we need.
You
men
need
in
a man.
society.
Okay, that's all. But see, that's the problem is when that
I thought
mentality.
you meant in a relationship, like is in
No.
a
Oh, fair
relationship.
enough.
No.
Oh, I
We
get it.
need-
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
So
you're
no, we
attracted.
need men, and
Yes.
men need women in society. Yes,
Women need men, definitely yes.
one of something funny here.
and women need
To survive.
And men need women, and men need women.
No, not to survive. No.
Good luck.
Well, I can.
I think this is gonna look awfully.
I've been camping. I didn't need a woman. I've been camping with women. You know what it means? More work.
So SCE wants to come in. So which one of you guys would like to go out? I can only have 6 people.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll go out.
Who wants to go out?
But so
You know
before I
what?
go-
Answer. I'll jump out too because I'm walking up to the bar. I need a drink after hearing this woman.
Yeah, down the last one.
Thanks,
But,
Polska.
just 1 point. So Stefan Molyneux put out a video. I think it was like 2016, 2015-ish, using 2015 statistics on single mothers and the outcomes of those familial relationships and situations in America, and it basically proved that that kids that come from single mother households are the worst off, and that if you come from a stable nuclear family, then that is the best situation for you. And so why do we have single mothers today? Because in America, President LBJ in the 60s, created the welfare state with the, Great Society stuff. And the whole idea was to first destroy the black community by getting fathers out of the households of the black community. Why? Because the black community had an extremely high marriage rate and low divorce rate in the 50s, and they wanted to first destroy the black community. That was the experiment. That's why we see the black community being 10 to 20 years ahead in destruction of other communities. So we know all this feminism stuff doesn't actually raise good kids. It doesn't provide the best outcomes for kids. And if you think about the next generation beyond yourself, then you can see is what we need is stable nuclear families.
Well, I agree with you in a way that it would be ideal for for straight couples to have a more stable household. But yeah, like obviously a lot of single mothers didn't necessarily choose that. They
come on now.
Yeah,
come on.
Here's the thing, Emily. Women are the gatekeepers to sex. So here's the thing that I find very interesting. Women are very easily able to delineate men into 2 distinct social classes and keep those men in those 2 distinct social classes for as long as they know them. Where society wants men to say, she can be a hoe, but she can also be a wife. So we want women to put men into 2 distinct social classes. We do not want men to put women into also 2 distinct social classes. Even though everything proves that is the case. And so
Emily,
what we have.
Can you turn a hoe into a housewife?
You actually can't. The Institute for Family Studies, which is www.ifstudies.org, has a study proving that on average, the more partners a woman has, not a man, that the chance of divorce goes up. That is one of the factors contributing to a chance of divorce. How they quantify it.
Yeah, any more than 4.
Well, okay.
And so women want men to say, you're a misogynist if you discriminate against us based on these things that are scientifically proven, but we can discriminate against you based on these things that are arbitrarily chosen. Okay.
Why can't you just have people have personal choice? Like, why does it always have to be that? Like, not all women want to get married. I don't want to get married. I don't want to get married.
Cats, you can have a dog and die alone. That's totally fine.
You make good points, but
I said I didn't say I didn't want to have a relationship. I didn't say that I didn't want a loving, long-term relationship. I just don't care to get married.
The answer is you can't have everything you want.
That's fine. I know women who have found men like in their
come on, guys.
After being in a relationship for a long period of time. So like they're with someone and then they broke up and then they got with someone else and you know what I mean? Like just because something doesn't work out doesn't mean you're gonna die alone.
It does.
Find someone else.
Well, here's the thing, Emily. As you get older and older, see, like you only have so many chances, right? And I was listening to this.
No, you don't. You have multiple chances.
I was listening to this guy on YouTube. He's a fitness guy, and he was saying that my life could have been so much better because I had these full ride scholarship to university to do football in Canada, but I fucked up. I got into drugs, whatever. But I got a second chance, and he made his life right. And the thing is, you can get a second chance, but that second chance is going to be much harder than the first. And this is the same thing in dating as well, because as women get older, the quality of their options decreases, and eventually their options go away. You see this all the time in reality, on dating apps and whatever. You can watch any Kevin Samuels episode, and you see this literally in person, playing out in person.
But it can be the same for men. That's harder for men to find a woman when they get older as well.
No.
No, that's not true.
No,
that's not
true. Well, if it's not hard for men, then when they're going for women, unless they're gay, then how does it work? How does it only work one way? Because it has to work two ways.
The same reason you go to the nude beach is nude. You get the attention you want. And that attention's okay. All right. So the guy is not going to. So the guy's going to fly to the Caribbean isn't going to get you the attention versus the guy who drove there in a beat up Toyota Camry. Come on now.
I don't know what car they drive.
Yeah.
Emily, as a feminist, do you despise gynocentrism?
What does that mean?
Gynocentrism is the belief in the women having more power in the court systems, as far as not just the divorce courts, but throughout all of the Western world, where women have more power than men.
I think she said no earlier, didn't you?
No, I said that's probably true, but I'm not sure because I haven't looked into it. I don't really know. I've got a friend who's a lawyer.
You would be against it, right?
I would be against what?
You'd be against it if one sex got treated better than the other.
Preferably than the other.
I thought you said you'd be against that. Like it should be
pretty
much equal.
Of course I'm against it, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I thought she said that earlier. Yeah.
Hey, SCE, you need to start believing all women, you bigot, misogynist.
Hey, it's all those false allegations that put all these men in jail.
Yeah. Hey, Bill Cosby's going to make you.
No, these are facts. Ask Bill Cosby. Yes.
Wait, you believe that Bill Cosby is innocent?
No.
Can you prove that he's guilty?
Look,
I don't know. I haven't really looked into it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a meme now, right, guys?
You have that you would know any more than me. Okay, maybe a little more people into it, but that's about it.
It's basically the meme, happy birthday, can I buy you a drink?
He, according to him, and I don't know a lot about the thing, but according to him, he offered these women drugs, right? Quaaludes, I guess. And they took it, and then they right? And years later, they come back and say, no, he put something in my drink, and they overturned his conviction. He was convicted of that, I believe, right?
He did, and I think
they railroaded him.
Yeah,
no, they did admit to giving them the drugs, but they did ask. That was the point.
Yeah. That's what his claim is. But I mean,
Yeah.
that does bring up another.
Don't give people drugs. Moral
Well,
of the
no,
story
no.
is you're not an innocent person.
Yeah,
Don't give people drugs. It's illegal anyway, so
Don't
fucking
trust. That's the moral. Don't
Well,
trust.
the trial.
don't give people like drugs and trust that they're not going to.
You've never gotten high with a friend before? Come on, man.
Oh, girls
Come
fucking
on.
smoke.
I didn't
all
give
the
people
time, dude.
drugs.
Girls are
I've never
smoking all
given
the
someone
time.
drugs.
You don't
Well,
get
no,
high?
but he didn't give. He offered, and they took it.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You still gave it to them. You know, like
So
Well-
you don't get high? Come on.
I mean,
I can see it on. I can smell it
I
off the
didn't say.
screen.
I
Huh?
didn't
Come
say-
on. Don't flake. Come
I
on.
didn't say that. I don't
You
take
ain't never
drugs. I
gotten
said I
high
don't
with one of
do
your
drugs.
girlfriends.
Emily, did you give those guys your
Girl.
vagina or did they take it?
Oh God, here we go.
Oof, oof.
Oh,
When?
I don't know. I
Same
don't know.
thing.
When? What? When doing drugs?
No, you're actually
Well, I did drugs
Oh
for
my
my ex,
God.
and I definitely gave him my drugs.
these guys you were with that were losers that were. Did you give
What
them
losers?
your body
I
or did
don't
they
hang
take
out with
your
losers.
body?
Huh?
Did you give them your body or did they take your body?
Ooh.
Or
Which
did
would
you
you
ask them
prefer?
to say, will you
Why does this matter? I don't even
will you
know
F me
what,
at the V?
what situation you're talking about. You're talking about.
he's
like,
wondering
around
if you've had regret sex.
Yeah.
Oh, I've had a lot of regret sex.
So have we.
You get over it. Yeah, you get over it. So men shouldn't ever buy a woman a drink. What?
Huh?
What? I don't.
No,
I don't really.
I think Carl's point is simply this.
Drugs
You know,
No, but a drink is legal. Alcohol is legal.
Okay.
Drugs is not legal. So I'm
Yeah.
like, you know,
Yeah,
so he
that
still broke
doesn't
the
matter.
law. I'm
Mike
just saying
Pence
that
rule.
he still broke the law. So you know what I mean? Like he's not innocent. Come on.
oh yeah, well, obviously he had drugs which were illegal. We
Yeah,
know
exactly.
that.
So no, I'm just saying it's not like he didn't break any crime, even if his version
Come
of
on,
the story
man.
is correct. He didn't break. He still broke the law.
You have never done drugs. You've never done
I
coke.
didn't say.
Look at that face. No, I see it. I see it in your
didn't
smile.
that
You've done a
I've
little
never
bump,
broken
right?
the law. I
Would you-
said that he's not innocent. So shut up.
Mhm.
No
You-
ecstasy?
Oh, you're taking
Ecstasy?
around.
Oh, you know she accent. Look at this. Come on now. Like it's
Oh,
okay.
dude, when I was early 20s, I went to a rave in San Francisco with my friends,
Mm.
and it was an 18 and over rave, so they didn't have alcohol. And I remember, so we didn't get pregame or anything because we drove. And I remember overhearing these girls talking that they were on MDMA and that, they got ecstasy from some guy at that rave. And they were, talking about how they were under 18 and they somehow got in that rave, had to call their parents to pick them up later, all that jazz, right? I remember listening to TFM, TFM talking about situations where he's gone to nightclubs and you see girls that are somehow get in that are under 21, all this shit. But in regards to Bill Cosby, whether he actually committed any crimes or not is regardless, because in a criminal case, you were innocent until proven guilty. The whole thing with his trial was that it should have been declared a mistrial, but the judge was hammering on it, and the DA was, because both were acting very politically, because both the DA and the judge...
Wasn't it a new DA involved or something like that?
Well, as far as I know, both the DA and the judge wanted to use Bill Cosby's case to launch their political careers. Bill Cosby's case should have been, declared a mistrial anyway.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Emily, I'm actually really impressed with... You've hung in there, and I'm going to tip you the hat. You taking it, and I'm kind of impressed. So thank you. Thank you for putting up with this.
No worries. Anyway, so what's your where are we at? Here's the thing, he're talking and I'm thinking, okay, but what's your point here?
Emily, do you view how can we say hypergamy as a bad thing?
Sorry, hang on, I just want to get the actual full meaning before I say.
Do you know what hypergamy is?
It might be a little tough to ask that question without giving her some time to actually chew it over. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
It's considered the men tend to be dominant, women tend to be hypergamous, and this is evolutionary psychology, basically, or biology. I mean, it contributes to the survival of the species, yada yada yada.
I mean, am I okay with it? Yeah, sure. If someone wants to marry up, fine, let them. Someone wants to marry down, let them. Whatever. What was your point? What's your like what like I'm fine with
Yeah, where are we going with this?
Yeah. What was your point?
Okay, the reason that I ask this is because the vast majority of marriages in the United States, it's over 80%, are initiated by the women. And these are under, court systems which are very gynocentric in nature. And therefore, what happens is that they tend to overwhelmingly vote in favor of the women to give them cash and prizes. Whereas with most men, they basically become slaves to the state, where if they don't pay their alimony or child support, they immediately get incarcerated. And then that doesn't even cover the amount of actual graping situations that happen to the men inside of the prisons. As a matter of fact, one of the commenters in the comment section is Kendall Rican, and he did a video on that. And it was so brutal that it was taken down by YouTube.
Wow. Not in Canada, in the courts, if the woman you sleep with has a sip of any alcohol, you're in jail. If she wants it to happen, I tell anyone.
Oh, that's in the United States too.
Okay.
If a woman has even a drink, that can be evidence that he took some advantage of her or whatever, right?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sexism going on when it comes to when both parties are intoxicated. It's like, why is it always the men that have raped the women? What about the women taking advantage of the men? Like, I've definitely heard of women taking advantage of a guy that they really like that got really wasted, and they're less intoxicated than the men, and they kind of.
Oh yeah. I mean, it happens.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I'm definitely. That's really shit. Like, I will tell you, actually. So when I was 22, my parents got a divorce, and my mom decided to leave the house because she went over to WA to live for a little while, so like Western Australia. And then and then it was just me and my dad and my brother and sister, and we were really happy. And my dad was selling the house so that we could split it 50-50. And then we my dad did it really nice, and then we all wanted to live there, and we actually really liked the place once it was all neat. So we were like, because my dad finished off the because he was trying to sell it, so he's making it look all nice. And we really wanted to live there. My dad and I were talking about actually staying here and not selling the house, and my dad buying my mum out. And one day I went to work. My brother and sister went to school, and my dad went to work. And I came home just one day, and my dad was gone, and my mum was there. And I was like, what's going on? Why? You're back. And then I was like, where's dad? And she's like, oh, he moved out. I'm like, in one day, without telling us. And then my dad told me that my mom and my grandmother got home and they kicked my dad out. And I was like, I was on my dad's side, and it drove my mom insane. And I was like, but
how old were you?
And I was like, but it's his house as well, mom. Why should he live and they're like, oh, he can afford to. My mom was like, oh, he can afford to live somewhere else. I'm like, yeah, but why should it be afforded to pay something else when you're not paying extra either? I was really drove my mom insane. And then my dad, I remember one time he was couch surfing on families' couches and stuff. And then my mom said, I don't know, when I wasn't there, said something about oh, you can sleep in the garage if you want. And then one day my dad didn't have a place to stay. So he's like, yeah, I'm going to stay in the garage, like your mom said. And my mom went crazy. And me and my brother and sister, mostly my brother is pretty neutral, just his personality. But me and my sister were really upset that mum was trying to kick him out of the garage. And my sister was all over my dad, oh, don't leave me and shit. And it drove my mum insane. But yeah, no, I definitely fought really hard for my dad. So I'm not someone that's oh yeah, men don't deserve this. I'm definitely or like men having equality as far as socially, like to the house. And legally, my mum can't. If my mum had called the police wouldn't have been able to keep my dad out of the house because legally he has just as much right to be there. Because because it's like, well, even though it's
Did
like,
that happen?
but my mum left first, so I don't get it.
Well,
Emily.
but all she would have to do is make an
allegation.
allegation of abuse, at least in the United States, and the dad or the male or whoever it is would be taken to jail, and that woman or your mother would have.
It's actually worse in Australia. They're known for it.
Okay, so basically, what happened is my dad was talking to my mum about buying her out of the house instead of like selling it, and my mum went like crazy and threw a mug at my dad, and it hit him in the side of the and he had a huge bruise, and I was like, and Dad didn't do anything, and I was like, why? I was like, go to the police. I'm like, no, Dad, go to the police. And he was like, oh. I was like, yes, she assaulted you. Go to the police. So my mum got arrested.
Wow.
So, yeah, my mum got arrested. And
So did she end up, did your dad end up getting custody?
No, they still got 50-50. It's ridiculous.
Oh.
No,
Emily,
but my
what are
dad
your
You would
thoughts?
say the family courts in Australia are pretty good.
But my dad didn't want full custody.
I need a beer.
My dad didn't want full custody. So, like, it's not like he wasn't, he wanted, they got 50-50. So my mum and dad got 50-50 custody. And that's what my dad wanted, and that's what my mum wanted, so it's fine.
So
Emily,
you
as an
watched that
equality
happen to
issue,
your dad,
Sorry,
and
one at a
you're
time.
you watch that happen to your dad, and you're still a feminist.
No, it's one of the reasons why I'm a feminist.
That doesn't make any sense.
Because it's not
feminist
just
are you?
equality. Because
Scale of
feminist-
1, normal person
Gender
to
equality.
10, Andrea
I
Dworkin.
was thinking of my dad.
feminist?
I don't understand. Huh?
How feminist are you? Scale of 1, normal person to 10, Andrea Dworkin.
I'm a true feminist. I believe in true gender equality.
That doesn't make any sense.
That is what a feminist is supposed to mean. You're supposed to mean gender equality.
It's not.
but the laws are not equal.
Yeah,
That's
too.
why you're a feminist, to fight for them. But the laws
will
were because
not
the laws-
happen.
Then
No,
why-
because the
why-
laws
why-
are basically
fight against those
against
laws?
men. They
No,
vote these laws
no,
into
they
place.
arrested my mom.
Emily, how
They
many-
wanted custody to
Emily,
vote
Emily,
50-50.
How many women do you know out there who are actually fighting for men's rights? And I can round it up. It won't be one.
Hello.
How many? Okay, right. Okay, so how many protests have you been to?
None
year?
so far. But I've only
None
just
so
started
far.
it
Well,
today.
thank you
Well,
for
it's been
your
hard in lockdown
freaking
today.
service.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's fucking hard in lockdown. It's fucking
Wah,
hard.
wah.
I used to go to so many animal rights and environmental protests before freaking lockdown happened. I used to go to so many protests. But now, you go to a protest, you get arrested. Fucking hell. I don't want to get arrested.
Emily, what
I've
are your
already
thoughts
been
on
active now.
male reproductive rights?
Men should have the right to get a vasectomy, and men should have the right to wear a condom.
I knew it.
Yeah, that's a sidestep, isn't it?
That's quite a jump.
I didn't understand your question. You said what about, like, I reckon I don't know, like, if a man is carrying a baby, then he can decide what happens.
So then he has no rights.
That's right.
So then that blows the whole equality idea out of the window.
So then why are you
That's
child
a
support?
hypothetical situation.
If I might.
Okay, so what happens if the man wants a baby, but the woman doesn't? Whose side would you choose?
The law automatically goes with the women on this one.
No, we're talking about hypotheticals.
No, she's asking a good question.
The man wanted to have a baby, but the woman did not. Which side, who would you grant permission to? Who would you? If you were like the ruler, you're the dictator, who would you say?
Great question. And if
Okay.
You have to kind of base it off of who's going to be responsible. And as of now, the men are responsible. So the man who is responsible would be the one who could stop it.
How is the woman not?
Exactly.
However, hold on. However, because now that you can give it up, that's fine. Then we shouldn't be responsible at all financially because it's your baby. We have no say. We have no rights.
Yeah, I mean,
sail that ship with your own sail.
yeah, I mean,
I can tell you all kinds of stories about how we have zero right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can tell that too.
but I mean, honestly, if I could jump in a little bit, Emily, it is obviously not right or correct for the government to force you to do something with your body, right? Force you to have a child, force you to become a mother.
I agree.
No, right?
Or force you to get a jab.
Right. Amen.
Let's not talk too much about that, Susan.
Careful.
Yeah, let's not go for that.
However, it seems that you do not have a problem with the government forcing men to become a father. That's not equal. So how do you reconcile that?
Become the father by putting the sperm in the vagina, and like the women became it by giving birth.
Uh-huh.
But who allows
no way.
us to put the
So
penis
he
in?
shouldn't have had sex then, right? Is that it?
Yeah.
And who allows us to put it in?
That's why he needs to be more responsible.
No, what about,
What about her?
Are you serious?
No way.
Yeah.
What about all these guys that
She
have
can end
had?
it.
What about all these guys that have been sperm donors and now they're getting charged for child support?
That happened in
Sperm
Kansas.
donor, yeah, no, I don't agree with that. Like, if you're a sperm donor, then you shouldn't be charged for.
Okay, what if you're sperm jacked?
Sperm jacked?
Yeah, there have been many cases.
Turning the condom inside out after it's been used.
Correct.
That happened to Boris Becker.
Really?
Well,
No kidding.
It's
Yes.
hard to prove, just like rape is hard to prove. So.
That's what.
No,
bankrupt
she
Boris
admitted
Becker.
it. She admitted it. They
Oh well,
admitted
then
it.
no.
But he still has to pay.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we don't get a choice.
Emily, when does a man not have to pay? I'm curious. I'm just, as a feminist, I'm just curious what you think. I don't want to assume.
Like for the child.
On anything.
Oh well, men.
In general, because
When
like,
are men
for a-
not responsible for just about everything? It
Yeah.
seems. When is that? In what
Yeah,
way
when does
are
that
men?
happen?
When do we get a free pass?
Oh, when you transition
don't.
to a woman.
That's right.
I suppose, yeah,
All
sure.
become trans women.
I'll pass on that.
No, but she made a good point
$600
before
a year
that. You
to
know,
Man, so shut up.
she made a good point before. Like, you know, he had sex with her and he's responsible. There's
Right.
no baby born in this nation or in Australia or in the West that is not. It's not accidental. There's over 10 forms of birth control. It's not accidental.
It's like
Men-
more like 18, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's well
I
over
tell
10.
every guy like,
not
if
like
I
there's
feel
a day
good, I'm
after
taking
either.
it. So that's what I tell them.
There's no such things as accidents. It's planned.
Let her
Correct.
answer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Amy, sorry.
Well, yeah, I don't take birth control because I do want to have a baby.
Oof. Please.
So if you don't want to have a baby, stay away from me.
Why not just get married?
I don't really. I just don't care for a wedding. It's so much money. It's a waste.
$60?
One day.
Oh, I'm sorry. In Australia,
no, the
I think it's
wedding.
less. How's that?
The wedding.
What do you mean?
She wants to
You mean
party.
it's a
wedding?
The party's
ceremony?
expensive.
No, I said I don't want a wedding.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
there
okay.
you go. In Australia, I think it's $50.
fucking expensive and it's like
$50.
one day. Spend thousands of dollars on one day.
$50. That's all it is. Why not just settle down?
Oh well, I am actually. It's just hard to find someone when it's locked. You know, when it's locked down. I literally can't even leave my house. I don't meet anyone. I'm not even allowed to go to my friend's house at the moment.
Yeah, because of the
like,
mask and lock and all that stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to. I was planning to go to Europe, and that was last year, and now I pushed it back to this year. Now it's been pushed back next year. So it's like, oh my god! But it's just been really hard to meet anyone. I haven't met even like girlfriends and stuff. But yeah, like it's hard to settle down when you can't meet anyone.
Well, Emily, they're locking down Australia hard right now.
Yeah, they are. I can't even go outside the country. I haven't been able to go outside the country since 2020.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Emily, if you
No,
don't mind me asking,
actually-
how old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Oof.
Early
27,
30s.
28.
Early
Yeah.
30s or 28?
Yeah,
did you say?
28,
Yeah,
30.
next month I'm turning 33.
All right, so we're about right.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy
I'm
birthday.
gonna have a lockdown birthday because I'm not gonna be able to go anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Nah, I'm gonna have a stream. I'm gonna have a birthday stream.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be on the vegan channel.
Emily, are you a creative?
Yeah, it's gonna be on the Nudist one because that has the most. Because I have 190,000 people. on that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, you have like almost 200 grand. That's good.
Yeah,
Here,
I don't
I'll
know
post
why
the-
you have
Congratulations.
Thanks. It's going
Yeah,
on.
congrats.
Cool.
Congrats on that. Happy birthday.
What's your
Thank you.
content mostly about, if I mind asking?
Oh, well, my main channel is nude cooking, but it's also nudism. So I kind of do like different nudist stuff about like teaching about the misconceptions of nudism.
How much
and-
is it about cooking? I mean, as I like to cook. Like,
That's interesting because any of our content creators, they automatically get struck down when somebody shows a girl in a bikini, and they will arbitrarily shoot us for like nudism and our content when the women are plainly clothed, but yet they can show like naked yoga or naked dancing on other channels and they don't get hit. So
Yeah,
there's a
so,
little bit of
so
bias there.
Can I just say the one difference is that I put all my content is on age restricted. Age restricted, I can't monetize my channel, which is why so I can't make money off my channel, which is why I use Patreon and OnlyFans.
and
So
I asked the question. I was curious, seriously. So, cooking, like, what kind of cooking? And what you mentioned, you have other channels?
Yeah, so I have. Yeah, so on my other channel, I do like activism. So I do like animal rights, feminism. I'm hoping it's only a new channel. So I'm hoping to get into like trans rights and like gay rights and just a lot of activism stuff.
Emily, before you got into the activism and the channels and stuff, did you have another job before COVID? And this is what you fell back to?
Yeah, I think you probably weren't around when I was talking about it, but I was working in construction.
Okay.
Yeah,
What type of construction?
I was working with big government jobs, big contracts. I was electrical trade assistant, or sometimes I did laboring.
You were a laborer.
Yeah, I'm also a powerlifter.
Okay.
As in like a journeyman.
There you go.
What?
Are we talking like, running?
Thing.
Are we talking like running cable, like bringing it from the truck to the work site? All right.
Yeah.
All right, that's respectable.
Yeah. I did that, and that was as electrical trade assistant. But yeah, also like I have an EWP ticket. Do you know what EWP is?
Is that your electrical license?
No, I don't
What
have
does it stand for?
trade. Elevated work platform. I have a license. Elevated.
Oh, you
work-
can work a loft, so you can climb poles and climb buildings.
Yeah, I've
WP.
worked at heights. I have forklift license. I have work because Australia is very strict with like having licenses to do certain dangerous work. Confined spaces.
So you
what
like
else?
to skydive, probably?
Yeah,
I've
hang
done
on
it
just a
once,
second.
but
Yeah.
I'm still doing
You're
it.
probably a junk. Oh,
Emily.
God. Did you like it?
Okay,
I
Emily,
liked it,
I'd
but
just
I'm
like to
still
ask
gonna
you,
do it again. Yeah.
Emily, I'd like to ask you, okay, what immediately set you off to going into the shaming language of calling everyone incels before you ever had a chance to get any of us on the panel? Because you see, that's something that,
That's a great question.
most MGTOWs and red pills, they tend to voluntarily walk away from the system because they realize that it's a rigged system. So they don't want to participate. In the meantime, we're stacking our money back and we're actually working on, creating a better life for ourselves. I
Yeah,
just
so you
want
do
to
know
know
this is
what
a
made
show,
you
it's-
immediately jump to that assumption.
Okay, so you do know this is a show, and it's just entertainment. And well, Jane, like we all know that should I call you James or Hamster? I don't know.
Whatever. That's fine.
Hamster, like,
American.
made jokes about me. I've made jokes about him, and so went, the incels. So obviously now I was just poking a bit of fun at you, right?
Fair enough.
But I was just joking. I don't think you're incels. I was just having a go because that's just banter that we were doing. We started it. We literally started it from banter. Like that's how I got here.
No, all right. That's all right.
That's true. Yeah.
Do a lot of your followers accuse red pill guys of being incels?
Sorry?
Do a lot of your followers accuse guys of being incels? Red pill guys, MGTOW guys.
My followers accuse. Wait. Are my followers incels or?
No, like do a lot of the people you associate with like badmouth MGTOW and red pill men as being incels or damaged men?
I don't think there's such thing as damaged men, but yeah, they're definitely on my side. Like, I mean, my inner circle, they definitely think like me.
Got it.
I had a question. I would think well, first off, just two questions. One, I think humans are better off in coupled relationships as far as like men and women or whatever, raising kids. I think that's something that makes people God, I'm doing a terrible job. Do you think kids are better off being raised by a father and a mother who are together in a nuclear family? That's what I'm getting. I'm dancing around it. And I apologize. Me too.
Straight relationships, yes.
Yes, definitely, yes. Yeah. So, okay, cool. I did not expect you to say that.
I think
how do we get there?
do, but sometimes it's not like a lot of the guys I go for abusive. So have considered that. Like if one partner is abusive, I think that it's better doing it on your own.
It's a nebulous term, though. Like you can just call anyone abusive, like physically abusive.
Yes.
So you're
okay.
How often is this really happening with you? Because
3, I've called the cops on 2 guys, and for domestic violence, and another one I would have called the cops on, but I was too young at the time. And didn't really know what to do.
So do you think, why are you in so many abusive relationships? Because I don't think that's normal.
Because something to do with my childhood. I have some childhood problems.
So, you don't have to elaborate because I think that's a little inappropriate for me to ask you.
Yeah.
But okay, I understand.
Is it the quality of men you're looking for?
Well, she just said, I think that she's had a troubled past.
Yeah, right? We'll leave that alone then.
Yeah, because I think this is if she wants to volunteer it, I think that's that's on her choice.
That could be a little too
any
personal.
human being's
I'm not really
right?
sure I don't really know what a part of my childhood has kind of caused me to feel more sexually attracted to guys that are more abusive. I don't know, some people are more attracted to tutors.
Well, aggressive men are usually stronger, usually more testosterone ridden. They're they're survivors, dominant. They're survivors. They're fighters. They're safe. If you got a dude who's willing to jack you in the face, he's willing to fuck up anyone who gets in your way. So that's I know it sounds very simplistic, but it's true.
But it's true.
That's true. It'll get you moist. I know. I used to collect money.
Oh God!
And I'm gonna tell you, I should probably shut the fuck up right now.
Feminism is dying on the vine. It's been pushed beyond any semblance of sanity. Honestly, there is some feminism make it look bad, and I know the media hasn't really helped in the past, so it really does suck. But that's the same with a lot of other things that we're going into. There's I don't want to fully get into it, but there's a lot of have you heard of intersectionals?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's not just the vegan community then.
Oh, my question wasn't answered before. Like, how do we get? Okay, so if we agree that overall we want to have the more nuclear father-mother relationship, families with kids, how do we get there in your opinion? I'm just curious. Like, how do we honestly get there? Because what we're doing is failing. I think we can agree, right? It's failing terribly.
I mean,
Divorces are through the roof. Marriageless families are through the roof. How do we get there in your opinion? I'm just curious.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna get really hippie on you, but maybe it's
hippy dippy. Oh, let me hit my 1E.
I think we're getting further and further away from like nature as well. Like we live in this world where we live in like houses and stuff, and I think that I don't know. I think that it's becoming more stressful. Like once upon a time, we used to be able to have like one person in the relationship earn the money and the other person can stay home. Now it becomes so expensive. Now both parties have to work, which really sucks. But yeah, like it's just.
May I interject?
Can I? Part of the reason why it takes two people is because there's more. You double the workforce in the 60s, right?
Yes, I know.
You kept the wages low.
My dad told me that as well. Yes.
That's true.
That and people don't want to live within their means.
But hold on.
Oh, yes.
The point I was going to make was you mentioned the stress. Okay, get it. Do you really think women are stressed more now than they were 100 years ago when they literally had to worry about a animal coming in and killing and do you really think it's more stressful now? And I'm not trying to it's not a gotcha, but I mean seriously, do you really
think? So I think
it's pretty stressful then.
Can I think? I just feel like I don't know, I guess I've just because I've been out in nature a lot and it does really relax me, and the more time I spend online, the worse I get. Like I have to be communal, I have to be out in nature and stuff to really get those stresses. Like we stress about, here's the thing, when we worry about an animal coming and attacking us, okay, yeah, that was stressful, but we as long as we're not in danger, we're not stressed out like we are now. There's so many things we gotta pay tax and keep ahead of all these things are natural, in cleaning and
Right, yeah. So you're saying, so you get why you're saying I get it why women are more stressed now, right?
No. People are more stressed. I think that men.
Men are pretty tough. But my point is, let me finish. So all of these wonderful things that we've given, all these freedoms, all of this, egalitarianism has produced a more stressed woman.
More stressed.
There you go.
I'm more stressed.
So you mentioned earlier, should we go back? Should we blah blah blah? And I'm just saying, look at the data, look at the reality of things.
I'm not talking about introducing traditional roles. I don't think that is going to help. I think that what will help is living more more naturally. Out
so you want people to move out of cities.
But no,
Emily, can I interject?
That is natural, though. Men leading a tribe is natural, and that's where, and that's I think where men and women are more happy. Where the man is responsible and he has to man up and he has to sacrifice and work his ass off, and he has to take care of his kids and his wife, but his wife also has to do the same thing, and feminism rejects that it's a burden on the woman, it's hurting her, but in reality.
No, I think it's more about choice. A woman can.
No. Emily, can I ask you a question? And Hamster did a video on this, and there's tons of data on it. In the last 50 years, feminists and almost every woman that has been polled for each 10 years, they have been becoming unhappier and unhappier and unhappier as they embrace feminism. And then when they interview women who embrace traditional values, they report feeling more fulfilled, happier lives when they're home when they have a husband in the house
And children.
and children, and there's 50 years of data on it, just over and over. The
And so do
more
we.
that, yeah.
I feel happy, like rather than crushing something different every night. I do have more happiness when I know I get to put my kids to bed. I get to read them a story.
And building on what you said, Peter Hitchens had a good quote. He said, a woman loves a husband by taking care of the kids, and a husband loves his family by being away and providing for them.
Amen.
Yeah, here's the thing. Women are the more communal creatures than men. That's why the atomization of people in society, that's why more people being single than ever is affecting women more negatively now. That's why you have more women, almost double the rate of women are on antidepressants throughout every age bracket than men are, because women
18 to that's right, Oki. Psychology Today had a whole article about that.
Yeah.
Women 18 to 45, 42% of them are on some kind of mood enhancing drug.
Yes, because they need communities more than men do. Men can be more individualistic, but women need communities more. So this foundation in society is causing women to be unhappier than men because they don't have anything to nurture. They don't have anything to care for. So here's the thing. I got a washing machine. I got a dryer. I got a robot vacuum that also mops. I can cook for myself. I can clean for myself.
Not all men can do that.
Oh, come on.
No, that's wrong.
nonsense.
That's absolutely wrong.
Come on,
Women couldn't do that either.
That's-
I'm just saying.
that is-
Most girls are slobs.
Oh my God.
Dude.
No, I'm saying no.
Slobs.
Well,
That
yeah,
is-
no, you should see my house. That's
Also,
why I haven't been
here's the thing. You said
Are you
this
clean?
several minutes ago.
No, I didn't say that. Look, I said not all men can cook and clean, but I
Well,
didn't mean that
that's
women,
a true
all women
statement.
can cook and clean. I know so many women that don't know how to cook. I'm like, fuck.
Right.
How do you live?
You see women whose their houses are covered in crap. You see
Yeah.
it's very common the bathroom counter is covered in shit.
Oof.
Okay. Here's one thing that no one seems to address. Okay, Emily, you said your ex-boyfriends have been abusive. You've gone for abusive guys. Okay, are you in therapy right now, or have you been in therapy in the past? What has been the result of that?
Yeah, like I was in
getting
therapy,
personal.
not for the domestic violence, but for other things, and that definitely did help. And I'm in therapy right now, but it's only free therapy, so I only just started. And at least I just started.
Yeah, let's not dive too deep.
No,
But-
we need to dive deep, because here's the thing. That's a huge red flag that is extremely common today. That's why women can, have failure today, because they have all this untreated relationship trauma. Okay, they don't get it treated. Okay, they just go from bad situation to bad situation.
You can say the same about men.
Okay. Well, therapy for men is actually dog shit, because it's extremely hard to find a decent therapist for men, because most push the feminist narrative.
Yeah, it's like trying to find a marriage counselor.
Yeah,
I can second that.
really doesn't work. For men.
It doesn't work.
I don't know.
You cannot.
I'm a 2-war combat veteran, and I get the crappiest strengths. I
Yep.
just quit because
What does reverb?
they're terrible.
I wasn't a combat vet, but I was a police officer. The therapy's insane. You're better off you're not getting help if you're a man.
Just deal with it yourself.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that
suicide is so much higher with men, because they're taught not to. They're taught
No.
not to.
no, I've
Like-
never been
That's
taught
not
to
it.
not. I mean, that's crazy.
we're-
Again, that's another trope. I don't know where that comes from.
Society
saw-
doesn't give
Yeah,
a
that's a
damn
myth.
about us.
That's an absolute myth.
We saw our dads suck it up and get shit done. And
Oh yeah.
if you paid attention as a kid, you learned from your parents, and that's what we think you're supposed to do. I think good men, and I think that's the way to do
Yeah,
it.
but my dad still needed someone to talk to. I know, because he used to talk to me a lot, and it doesn't. And that's the thing. All men need people. We should honestly. I feel like
All men?
we divide
Emily,
things, women
if I-
this,
if-
women
if
that,
I
and I go, okay, but men this, men that. But I feel like we should just say people. I feel like we could say both things towards people. You know what I mean?
Mm,
People.
So if you want to be a humanist rather than a feminist, I'm down.
How
if-
society looks at men and treats men is completely different than how we look at and treat women, dude. We cannot say people. We can say men and women and be realistic and honest.
Right.
Say people.
But people
If you
represent
wanna
men and
say
women.
people, then you're a liar. You're a liar.
Can I get a word in edgewise?
It is your stream, Hamster.
Hamster.
Well, I know it's. I just you guys are having so
He's
much
a better
fun.
cock.
I rest my case, Your Honor. I rest my case. No more questions.
Thanks, Emily. Hey, you've hung in there. Thank you so much, by the way.
No, I was just going to say, Emily, you said your dad needed someone to talk to. Do you believe that men don't talk to other men about their problems? I mean, honestly.
No, I didn't say that they didn't. I'm just saying that my dad needed someone to talk to. So,
But I mean, I think.
I don't remember what we were discussing though.
No, what I'm getting at is a lot of times it seems anyway that you hear, feminists especially, but women kind of in general. Oh man, they're not emotional and they don't cry and all this other crap. Maybe not to you. But I don't know. Can I speak for you guys here in the chat? I mean, I talk and cry.
How boys get treated differently to women. Like you can't express, it's like, oh, you shouldn't, like, to be a man, you got to suck it up. To be a man, you can't, you can't cry and things like that.
But you have to. You do.
You do.
Yeah, I know.
There's no option.
There's no fallback. Like there's no fallback. Like
I mean, there's no government welfare program for a man who doesn't suck it up.
We have no
Doesn't work
safety
that
net.
way.
It's all on us. We got to do it. It's
I mean, you got to do it.
I raised my oldest son by myself.
I'm raising my 2 daughters. I got
Dude,
nobody.
I would say congratulations, but honestly, yeah, that's like it's a freaking honor. It's wonderful. And when I did it myself, and when I hear people, by people I mean it's women, they bitch about being a single mother and this and this and that. And yeah, it is hard, but never one point did I think, oh, this sucks. This is so much work. No, I was just grateful for the chance that most men don't get. I was so fucking grateful. It wasn't about I didn't get a penny. Not a penny from her. There were no handouts. There's nothing for me. There's no what they're getting at. That there's no parachute for men, and we know that. And that's the difference. Is that we need to start teaching. There's no parachute. There's no bailout. There's no freebies, so we can all be strong. But
See, I'm lucky that the New York courts made her pay me, so I am lucky that way.
Wow.
Yeah, and
my ex still
to be honest, I'd be against it all.
She's furious. Month after month, she writes "FU" on the check. Right in the little memo section.
A little bit.
At least she's funny. I get why you banged her.
Why did you get custody over her?
Why did I get custody over her? Because she's a raging alcoholic.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And my daughters were older.
Oh.
My daughters were much older, and they wanted to be with me.
They
had the option. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, they had the option, but I fall into the 14% that actually win custody, and I fall into the 3% that actually wins custody and allows them to be taken out of state.
My son was 10 months old. 10 months.
Wow.
Loved every day of it. No regrets.
Yeah, I don't regret it at all.
How did you get that?
My oldest was 7. The youngest was 4. Okay. They were ripped away from me, taken 1,500 miles away, and I was hit with 71% of my gross pay for child support. I lived on $100 a month for almost 3 years on active duty in the U.S. military. Living in my car, working my ass off, 12-hour shifts, and I had zero money.
Damn.
Now, you might think that I did something wrong, but I didn't do anything wrong. She just decided that she needed to take off with the kids after doing a bunch of things on base that I'm not going to talk about. And before I re-enlisted back in 2000, all right, this is 20 years ago. In 2000, I re-enlisted. Before that, I taught my oldest daughter how to read, how to count, numbers, how to write. I taught her how to run computers. I was there when she crawled the first time. I was there when she walked the first time. I taught her everything that I possibly could. I taught her how to work on cars as she got a little bit older. She loved being in the shop with me when she was 4 and 5.
Good for you, dude.
That's
Now,
great.
here's the thing. I was also working 50 to 70 hours a week in the factory and in my garage. And I did all of that with my daughters. I was teaching them both.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as they were old enough to, catch on and learn and understand stuff, they got taught. The youngest one was only 4, so I'd only started teaching her colors and shapes and letters and things like that when the ex took off.
Great age.
Now, I've been through 2 wars. I grew up in a severely abusing family. I've been in so many fights and beaten on so much that I can't even remember all the fights I've been in. And I've never started one. But the absolute worst thing for me, including getting hit by 2 cars, was when she took off with my kids.
Yeah, it's soul crushing.
Devastated.
Yeah.
It's soul
And
crushing.
knowing you have almost no rights in this country.
I had
Almost
0
none.
rights. I couldn't even afford to go home on leave and see them unless my parents helped me out with some money for a plane ticket.
See, and this is what the like stories like these are what feminists don't focus on.
And they're
because
common.
They're common. For
Yeah,
every
I am
one,
not unique.
Yeah. For every one straw
Oh, yeah.
man that the feminists have, there's about 20 to 30 men like us.
Emily,
You
we
know?
love our kids. We love our families.
Right.
But I'm
For the
telling
first
I don't know.
for the
Get a
first
bite.
7 years, after the divorce, I got to see my daughters 12 days
you.
in 7 years.
Fuck no.
Yeah.
I feel like
Completely legal and supported by the government.
If a person
Forced by
like,
the government.
if a,
Yeah,
per-
and-
you know, if
Yeah,
a-
exactly.
if a person like refuses to let the other person see, like the other parent, if a parent decides to not let another parent see their children, then they shouldn't be able to get child support. I honestly don't like. Yeah, like I have a friend of mine where her child, like she refused to give it back, so he took her to court, and he won, and he got 50-50 custody, and I was like, she should like get a punishment for that, you know?
Right. But the problem is, and I was part of the system that never enforced it. All the girls would get would be just a slap on the wrist, and there's really
Not
nothing
even
we can
that.
do.
Not
I
even
agree with
that.
you on that.
My ex
Not
owes me
even
$8,000 for the youngest staying with me for a year, and I had a lawyer screw things up, so I didn't get custody. But she was with me for a year, and I was still paying her child support.
Right.
So we worked a deal where, she would like quit paying early, but she still also owed me $8,000. The state doesn't care. They will not go after her for it.
But you know what? We get up and we
Nope.
go to work
Nope.
and we bust our asses and we keep working and we tilt into the wind and we do whatever we can for our
Yeah.
kids because it's all we care about. And in the end, we just like to have a fair goddamn shake once in a while and stop being like we get tired of listening to this shit where we're the patriarchy and we're bad and we're like oppressing, like when we're just trying to get by and pay the goddamn rent.
That brings me back to my original thing when I said, have you heard of intersectionals? Because they really give it to white men for some reason.
Right. Give it
We're
to
the-
all men, but white
Yep.
men for sure.
Right.
We're the evil of the world.
I just want our family to be good.
Yeah, if you watch
Happy,
watch some of my videos, I actually made a video with this YouTuber called Carnism Debunked on, white male privilege, and we like basically
I'm still-
pulled apart their arguments.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
Waiting
Emily,
for
I'm
that.
still waiting for mine.
I'm still waiting.
When
I
it
cash
comes
in?
in, I'll let you know I got it.
Oh yeah, I know. It might have gotten lost in the mail. COVID, like delayed.
It'll be up
Well, I've
on
been waiting 50
TikTok.
years.
Yeah, me too. I've been waiting 50 years for my privilege. Still hasn't come.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies, and all that good stuff out there.
Hey, Ken.
Ken Delarican.
I would like to
What's up,
thank the
Ken?
host. I would like to thank the host and all that good stuff. And listen, I'm listening to you fellas' conversation. I'm in the same category as you guys. I was a single father myself. I raised my son at the age of 12 years old. I did not know where my kids were for 2 years. But there
Yeah,
was a
Ken,
mistake.
you got screwed by the courts too for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I never got married. Okay, this is a scenario. And this is what this chick needs to lay here. I was really young, 18, 19 years old, banging multiple chicks. I'm a good-looking fella with a big dick. Okay, so
I got a tiny one.
It might be short, but it sure is thin.
All right, so the ladies like that. They like good-looking men with big dicks. Okay,
Zoinks.
so I'm banging multiple chicks, 3 chicks at a time. I got 2 of them pregnant. I did not know them very well. The relationship lasted like 2 or 3 months. They told me there was an appeal, right? So I ended up with one with twins and the other one with a daughter, right? So my kids apart. It's only 1 year, exactly 1 year apart. That's how busy I was back in those days. So
You're pretty fertile, Ken.
oh
It's a
yeah,
big you got a big load.
yeah, it's a heavy one.
But
anyway,
slinging
you know,
that's not.
I went to the court system. I did the parenting plan. I paid child support for 3 kids. I mean, I always was broke. Well, when the kids was like 8 years old, she decided to move them from the state of Washington to Oregon without me notice, right? But I still was with my daughter involved in her life and stuff like that. But I did not know what the twins were for 2 years, for heaven's sake. All of a sudden, she contacted my sister through Facebook and stuff like that, and she wanted to talk to me, right? And say, you need to take your son. I was like, what do you mean? You need to take your son because I can handle him. If you don't take him, I want to put him in foster care. Now, at the time, I live in 1-bedroom apartment. I'm paying child support, and I'm thinking to myself, well, first of all, they twins, so I don't want to break them apart. So I gave her 90 days. Like, listen, give me 90 days to get my shit together, right? Because this stuff, you gone for 2 years on the son. You say you wanted to keep one of them instead of 2 of them. I was like, you got to give me some time. She gave me exactly 90 days. And she dropped me right there in the front door, right?
Wow.
So I say, listen, I'm not paying child support. You don't pay me child support. We even Steven, okay? So my son, he lived with me until last year. He was living in here with me until last year. These stories happens all the fucking time. The moral of the stories, so she can hear some of these stories, that sometimes women will lie and deceive and tell a man that, yeah, I'm on the pill, I'm this and that, and the man just come deep inside her pussy and get her pregnant. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
then,
yeah, but you know, like something worse, like HIV.
And then,
Oh yeah, there's
Why would you believe them? And like, just because, oh my god, just because you say that you're on the pill, like, well, were they like a relationship though?
Yeah, but Emily, she has control of
that
reproduction.
Reproduction.
She
system.
can
Right.
literally get them. She can be on birth control. Okay, fine. He didn't wear condoms. She was on birth control. Fine. She could have done the morning after. She could have gotten like where they get the clean out thing.
What I told her by the time
Abortion?
This is like 22 years ago. So I don't think the pill was available back then. But
all the other,
oh yes,
but
it was.
everything, yeah. The
It was?
day after was.
Okay.
Oh
so,
hell yeah! That was like I actually oh yeah it was.
So I try
Actually, they're developing the pill for men.
Yes, they are.
Actually, it's
What?
right here in
It's a water
Seattle.
softener.
And
you think that's actually going to matter? No. Well, it just didn't work, so you still have to pay child support. I mean, come on.
we're dying off anyway.
The sure thing, if you really have to have sex and you don't want to use a condom, the best, safest thing to do is to go get snipped. Hamster you had a video on it about the guys in the Hamptons getting.
Yeah, sperm jack. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. If
And
you're
the guy,
that desperate,
he actually did get snipped, didn't he? And
Yeah.
and she was trying to get him, and
she was trying to sperm jack him. But you don't want to wind up like Boris Becker. I mean, you don't want to wind up like Jose Canseco. Like you know.
Jose.
Well, I mean, you look at these like Dr. Dre. I think we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
$300,000 a month. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, they were married. They were married for like 30 some years. So I mean, I get that she probably should have something. My God,
Yeah, no,
$300,000 a month.
absolutely. $300K a month? No way.
Okay, I have an idea. Like, why not? I'm gonna throw this. I know I'm gonna get a lot of pushback, but why not have a husband and a wife get married and have kids, where the man provides and runs the family, and the woman runs the house, and children are raised by two parents. I don't know. It sounds crazy.
Sounds nuts. Yeah.
I should shut the fuck up. Someone
Because
put a bullet in my head. I'm stupid.
No fault divorce
Patriarchy.
destroyed marriage. No fault divorce destroyed marriage.
No fault divorce was a product.
Is a product of feminism. Yeah.
Right.
It's always the man's fault. Trust me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Emily, we don't.
You guys sound like my dad.
Good. Your dad should have been a little firmer with you.
But you know what's sad, Emily, is that this story is playing out in Australia, in Canada, in every Western nation, and now the West is collapsing because no one's having kids, and you're gonna have to. Something's gonna collapse. You can't. This isn't sustainable.
Yeah, if we don't start having kids, we're not going to be able to support the future. It's gonna be a friggin'
no way that's going to be able to pay the tax.
You're doing my job.
And there's no way that feminists are going to give up the power that women have. No. There's no way that they're going to say, all right, we're willing to cut back laws. We're willing to,
it's not going to happen.
Get men back to the marriage table. It's never going to happen. The damage is done.
They have to realize that they have to see that they're better off.
Right.
And they are. Emily,
and they are better off. But it's going to take
better off. Do you really think running around nude on a beach and putting on your picture? You want kids? You said it earlier. Do you really think you're doing your kids a service by running around, trancing around naked? No, look, I'll look. You're not ugly. But you think you're doing them a favor?
Hold on. Let Emily respond, please. Go ahead, Emily.
Apologies.
My kids are going to be nudists.
What?
We're gonna have. I'm gonna live. There's like nudist colonies and stuff, and they have like families, and they're all like nudists and stuff.
It's not real though. It's not real.
Yeah, it's real. The thing is,
but
nowadays,
that's what you want,
nudism is
Emily.
dying.
That's what you want now.
Yes, it's
that's
not
what you want now.
It's not real.
It's all coming to an end.
Look,
you understand that, right?
Come on, man. Like, think of your kids.
Let me get in.
Yeah, I am fucking thinking of my kids. I'm thinking about.
I don't know.
I'm thinking about like a nudist lifestyle. It's great. No.
Okay.
I'm not the
that's
only
fine.
one that thinks
But you're putting it. You're videographing it. You're putting it out there. Yeah, that's the problem. If you really cared, then it wouldn't be about that.
Joker just had a video about this kid whose mom does OnlyFans. And he's in middle school. And he wants to kill himself.
But
but
what I'm saying is, I'm a nudist. I love being nude. I do it all the time. But we don't put it. Like, my kids wouldn't see it because I wouldn't do it in front of them, and I don't videograph it, and I don't put it online so they can see it.
I'm gonna be nude live. Like I know heaps.
You're monetizing it.
I know heaps of children.
On.
Yes, but
if you really cared about it, you would do it without the monetization.
But
am
Emily,
I wrong?
I did do it without the monetization. I didn't.
Yeah, YouTube won't monetize her.
I did it.
No, you are monetizing this one way.
You are
or another.
monetizing it through Patreon.
I was a nudist for years.
Okay.
I was a nudist for years before.
You are profiting off of your nudism.
Right.
Yes,
you know this.
And you did it because COVID hit.
At the
No, I was monetizing before. No. I had OnlyFans. Sorry, no. I had Patreon before. I did it on the side. I was working in construction, earning good money, and then I was earning such good money that I didn't. That my business thing, like the Patreon money, was just like remained in there.
You're doing this at the harm of your kids.
It's not.
Do you understand that?
No,
they're going to be belittled and made
fun
fun of.
That's your opinion.
Hold on.
Come on, guys, please. Hey, you, come on.
Just a minute.
Let's
this
not talk
is
over each other.
a completely different topic, but it's in the same vein because it's still kids. You're gonna be 33 next year, or next month.
No, next
right?
month.
Yeah, next month. Okay.
All right.
How soon are you planning to have kids?
That was my question.
Sometime in the next year or so.
That was my question.
And I've been checked on
Okay,
44
because
Can I say something real quick?
and after 30, the chances of birth defects goes up fast.
Exponentially.
It's exponential. The older you get,
not
the
33.
more
I
possible.
mean, that's more like 38 or 9.
She's got a minute.
Can I say something?
I have examples in my life. My sister has 2 boys 20 years apart. And the youngest one is He's only 4, and he's almost deaf as a post.
But
it's a birth defect. I have a cousin that had her first kid when she was 35, and he's in a wheelchair and completely unable to do anything.
Jeez.
The second girl that I was engaged to, an Arab girl from Dubai, awesome. We still talk. We're good friends. Her second son, born when she was 36, is in a wheelchair and will never be more than a toddler. These are important things that you have to consider, because you are doing that to somebody. And she, my Arab girlfriend, she is a slave to her kid now. She can't do anything in her life without considering her now adult disabled kid.
And let's say you don't have a kid that's not disabled. Then you're creating a child whose mother is a sex worker. How do you think?
I'm not a sex worker.
You're doing nude photography. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Don't tell me men aren't looking at you for sexual purposes. Come on.
Of course they
Come
are.
on. Let's be adults, right?
See,
So you are a sex worker. And I don't like, but I'm telling you, you want kids, but their mom's going to be a sex worker. How do you think it's going to affect their lives? Honestly, I'm serious. Come on, Emmy.
Someone that has
don't you want to be a mother?
Sexual.
It depends on how the kids are.
You're showing your junk.
Like whatever.
Listen, the problem is that
I'm a nudist.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna have nudist children.
No, that's fine. You're a nudist
things, but you are selling it.
You're considering yourself and not your kid. That's what his point is.
No. That's your crappy.
You're being selfish.
I'm not.
Very selfish.
I'm not being selfish. Why don't you shut the fuck up and stop complaining online, okay? You know what? Let's not talk about this. I'm going to do what I want.
Let's not talk about what I'm doing to my children. Let me tell him to shut the fuck up.
Your fucking attitude towards women is going to fucking fuck up your children, okay? But I don't see he's saying that, okay? Let's stop talking about let's put it on how much, whether you assault your children, how much you abuse your children. How about just a safe home where they can feel safe to be themselves and they don't get abused? When did that go out the window? When did it come into now there's all these other things? As long as I have a child, as long as I have children that are safe within the home, that don't get abused, within the home, obviously outside the home can't, figure that out. But what I can control, I'm not going to abuse them. I'm not going to assault them. I'm going to give them as much love as I want. I really love children. I know how to look after children. I know how to take care of them. I used to work in childcare, also raised my brother and sister as well. Again, I know how to do it. So all this other extra stuff is just not fucking relevant. So if we're going to continue to talk about this, I'm going to go. But
no, I don't think he was attacking. I don't think he was attacking you and trying to hurt your feelings.
Fellas, the problem is, this is the problem. I'm a fellow vegan. She's a vegan. I understand this vegan feminist. You have to ask the right questions, gentlemen. She's a nudist, for heaven's sake. Do you have nice tits and nice pussy? Just asking questions.
Come on, Dan.
Just asking
Come
questions.
on, Ken.
What? She's
Come
a
on.
nudist.
Oh, come on, Ken.
Listen here. You got to ask these couple of questions like this. It's hard-hitting questions.
Okay. Come on.
Did you kick him out?
Come on, Ken. I kicked him out. Come on. We're not talking like that here.
The nudist thing doesn't bother me at all. And the only reason that I bring up the birth thing is, because it's something that you need to be aware of when you get older.
Yeah, well, they
because
do have
it's a high chance.
They do have tests to test if the child is going to be disabled as well.
Right.
Yes,
because it's happened
Emily,
to multiple people.
Are you physically do you work out? Do you take care of yourself? Aside from pushing it.
So yeah, I work out.
Okay, great. Okay.
Just do us one favor. Do the entire world one favor. Don't make videos and pictures of your kids when they're naked.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, because that's the whole.
What's wrong with that? That's nudism. That's okay, right?
Yeah, I think there's a difference between taking a photo only because of the stigma and the other reasons. I mean, some people are against just putting clothed photos of their kids on the internet nowadays. So,
It's okay being a sex worker when you have kids. You know, that's pretty cool too.
I mean, she's not sex. Come on, guys.
Dude,
Jesus
she's
Christ.
selling.
She has OnlyFans. She's not having sex on OnlyFans.
No.
Come on.
It's not
She's
hurting any kids. Your kids won't be upset at all. They're gonna love it. They're gonna love the abuse and the bullying from the other kids. Showing the pictures left, right.
That's what
America. I find that Americans.
You're right, Emily. You're fine. You're right. She's right.
Yeah, well, Emily
you're
does have a point there, because Europeans, like Germans, they have a completely different view on nudity.
Oh, absolutely.
How they doing?
I was stationed in Frankfurt for 2.5 years.
How they doing?
Back in the late 80s and early 90s. And I went to the sand pits where they dug out all the sand to build the off ramps for the Autobahn.
Yes.
And part of it was topless, and then the other part was nude. And everybody's just walking around. They had their kids out there, and nobody cared. It's a different sort of thing in Europe, and Australia is similar to that.
Yeah,
they don't have
Germany,
the puritanical views that the Americans have.
Yeah, no, Germany has always been Europe's Japan as far as that goes.
Yeah.
They're berserk.
Yeah, the stuff that I saw and did in Germany was really interesting. It's my the country where my family comes from. So
my dad said that same thing too. He was like, Germany's freaky.
Yeah.
That's all he would always tell me about.
Hey, 1920s Berlin or whatever. That was the place to be, I guess, if you were a freak.
That's real news. When you're not monetizing it, that's called sex work.
Yeah, I just it doesn't.
Giggle.
It's
so true.
It's not sex work.
Yeah, I'm not selling my sexual body. Pictures of my body that are sex. No, that's not.
I mean, I see nothing wrong with it. I see nothing wrong with if a woman wants to sell sex. So what? It's her business. Now, I understand your point, though, BJ. You're saying at some point in the future,
that's true. Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with it, but it's still sex work.
Well, that would be, yeah. But I mean, I don't think just having pictures on OnlyFans is sex work. I mean,
if you profit from your nudity, that's sex work.
Well, yeah, because you see nudity as sexual, but I mean,
but you acknowledge you already.
I'm not doing anything sexual.
You already acknowledge that if it were sexual,
as non-sexual, I see acts as sexual. You know.
No, but
okay, you already
have to admit
that.
You have to admit, men and women are visual creatures, so it's going to be looked at, and people are going to be like, "Oh, wow, she's really pretty."
And you already admitted that's what you're exploiting.
People look at me with clothes on and find me sexually appealing. So
absolutely, absolutely. You know, it's just it's human nature. You know, it's in the biology.
Yeah, I just don't think it's sex work if you take a photo of a photo of you and someone finds it sexy.
No one's finding my photo sexy. That's for sure.
You're profiting from it. That's the point. And what you're.
Are you upset that I'm profiting from just selling
Not at all.
a photo?
Not at all. I say go girl.
Men have.
I know men.
Looking naked chicks. It's like,
his nudes. I know a man who sells his nudes and he's making quite a bit of money.
Good for him. You know. But this is
nobody wants to see my pasty gelatinous ass.
Primarily, this is a female industry. And if you're selling,
that's because men.
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just because of the preference, the customer preference. That's not because it's unfair and unjustly. It's just because it's like, well, okay, men start to pay for men. No, I only want to see women. Okay, well then it's you then.
You are profiting from the sexualization of yourself. That's in my opinion makes you a sex worker. And I'm sorry if that offends you.
You are appealing, but not factually.
Not really. Actually, technically, it makes you a sex worker.
May I ask you a question, Emily? Have you had a drop off in business with the people flooding, with the women flooding to OnlyFans during the CB19?
Oh, I only got OnlyFans in 2020, and I've noticed that because I've been working at it more, I've been getting more.
Okay.
Not only because I've been putting more content on my channel, I've had more time. Like obviously, when I was working in construction,
so you're working harder at it.
I was working
Yeah, and I was working 7. Yeah, but that's because but I'm getting more fans. Like I've got double the fans now. Because I used to work 6 days a week and then do it on my 7th day. I would work on my business. And I wouldn't put up many. But now I work like 7 days a week.
Understood.
Yeah, I mean, because what was that? There was the one of the Twitch. Who was that one? Belle something.
Belle Delphine.
She got. I mean, she's
I hear
doing
people talk about
yeah, she's really doing the thing, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And she's
making-
actually doing like $600,000 a month or some shit.
Yeah,
Like,
she's making buco
Emily,
dollars.
hey, you know, if you got to show your hoo-ha on OnlyFans for $600K, I mean, shit, I would.
Me too.
I'll
$600,000 a month.
my balloon
There's no hate. There's no hate for it. No hate. Just being honest. You gotta,
No, it's just hey, $600,000 a month. My God.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
All right, it's coming up on 12 o'clock. So,
3
I mean,
hours.
if somebody wanted to see my,
Cloaca.
It's been a lot of fun. I think. I hope you had a good time, Emily.
Yeah, it's been really
Stop it now.
Hey, Emily, thank you for joining the
See,
chat.
we're not quite as
Thank you.
nasty as you think.
You're a good
All right,
sport,
guys, say
Emily.
You're a
goodbye.
good sport. We love the battle.
Say
with
your
you.
last.
Hopefully another time.
Okay, bye.
Take care. Hamster, be good, buddy.
All right. Hey, have a good night, Emily. Appreciate it.
No,
Good
it's
All right,
talking to
guys.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Take
We'll
care.
do it again next Sunday night, 9 o'clock Central Time. All right. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Are we clear?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't think so. I think we're still on. End the broadcast. Do we want to end it or we want to stay for a while? What do you think?
Well, I'm not doing anything.
We can get Ken
I would
Del
just be
Rican on
playing
here.
some
and
Grand Theft Auto.
We'll talk about moist pussies. Oh my God. Jesus, Ken.
How
my
much
God.
beer do you have left? That's the question.
Gonna get
I
the
have plenty of
hamster
beer.
canceled.
I'm
I
good
also
for 3 more
bought this.
beers.
Okay. Well, I bought this crappy whiskey. I went to some convenience store. It's like, here's some whiskey. It's like Captain whatever for like $5. I'm like, well, how can I turn that down? Oki's
Captain
back in.
Volts,
Hello, guys.
whiskey that'll put hair on your chest and burn it off your toe.
It's just like some really cheap spiced shit. And it's like, or maybe it's rum. I don't know. Something.
Hey, hamster. So
Yeah.
saying earlier that there's a channel, True Story, where this guy reads off like Reddit stories of like horrible divorce stories, eating stories, whatever. Basically, like another MGTOW channel, but he stories and gives his own analysis of it. And so what someone was saying was that this kid whose mom did OnlyFans, so the other kids found out, and now this 13-year-old kid has been bullied so hard because of it that this kid wants to commit suicide because of OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Right. So that's what's going on in our society. It's not that this kid is going to have a happy home life. It's going to have a shitty life at school, right? Which is just what Carl is saying here, right?
Well, I mean, this kid's going to be bullied to no fucking end, right? Oh, I saw your mom on OnlyFans. I whacked my chick into your mom. Oh God.
And here's the thing.
It depends on what country you're in, really.
Well, yeah, but still, here in the United States, I mean, the poor kid's going to be just destroyed.
But the
bottom line is they don't give a shit how it's going to affect their children.
No.
Yeah, who can say though? In 10 years, it might not be a whoop-de-doo, right? Who knows? I mean, I have nothing against her with her OnlyFans. I mean, she's not fucking dudes. I mean, I might have some opinion on that, but I mean, that's not what she's doing.
But
so.
I will say this: like, there's a reason why I kept using the word sex work, and I know it makes some people uncomfortable, but we have to call it what it is. And I have no problem with sex work, in fact. But we got to stop letting them, and not just them, like men and women, all people. We got to stop living in this bullshit world where we just slap on a fucking bullshit label. We got to call it what it is. You're selling pictures of you're
Your
profiting.
hoo-ha, right?
Yeah, she's profiting one way or another. I don't know the exact details. That's for sexuality. It's sex work, and it's not the same that she's a streetwalker. I get that, but
Yeah,
dude,
no,
we got to call this
agree with
spade a
that.
spade. And if we don't, they're just going to keep doing it and say, I'm just
But I mean,
loving.
Okay, let's just cut through the mustard here.
Fair enough.
If you were a chick and you had the opportunity to make a lot of money,
yes,
and not even showing any sexual stuff, would you do it? Yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Of course.
Man,
Absolutely.
I'll stick a Sharpie in my wrinkled grommet for $1,000. I tell you what.
I mean, if somebody wants to see my hairy beer belly, yeah, man, you're going to pay me for it? Sure.
Hold on. What if it would hurt your children that you loved?
Well,
that
that's
you're
a
paying
whole
child support?
different ballgame.
That's what happens.
Yes, I agree.
Does that yes goes away quickly. That's the
Like I
difference.
said, Joker had a whole video about it.
Yeah,
That's
some
the
kid
difference
wrote in
between
on Reddit.
feminism and being a father.
Yeah. I actually heard that story. I actually posted it in chat. Yeah, it was a 13-year-old kid, and everybody in his high school found out that his mom had an OnlyFans, and the kid was talking about it ending his air addiction. That's fucking awful.
They were printing out pictures of his mom, putting it in his lockers, posting it on like the bulletin
and
board.
his mom shamed him for it.
His mom
She
shamed
didn't
him,
care.
saying, "I finally feel good about myself. Why can't you let me have this?" That's what
She
the
should
mom
be
said
worm
to him.
food. Worm food.
Yeah, because feeding her narcissistic ego supply is more important to her, because these women were not raised with morals, values, and ethics, right? Because with the feminist narrative and the feminist, Borg programming and the public education system and mainstream media and music, Cardi B music, all that shit, right?
Oh God,
is that being a wife?
You call that music?
Yeah, being
with their wet ass pussies.
Get off my lawn.
But
Cheers,
Like
gentlemen.
you could imagine it's like a snail trail. It's just everywhere.
Oh,
Full of herpes. There's wigs.
Was it
Pop is throwing up in his mouth somewhere.
I know.
Congrats, Hamster! You've hit a new low.
Well,
Yeah.
it's just.
I was thinking about getting late. Thanks, hamster.
It was someone else had a short where it was some woman and her boyfriend were doing some kind of acrobatics, and he was like holding her by her legs like in midair, and the dog came by and sniffed her crotch and like got sick and walked away.
Oh yeah, that was on. That was on Hammerhand.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the reality today.
Hey, aren't you
Hammerhand.
friends with Hammerhand?
Oh yeah. He was gonna swing by, but he's got a lot of shit going on. And I think he and I think it was Undead Chronic and Hammer did a stream like 5:00 today. So everybody's streaming. So maybe next time.
I totally missed that.
Is
Yeah,
Undead Chronic channel shut down? Because like they're talking about that, but he's still on 14. I'm very confused.
Yeah. No, he's still on 14.
Yeah, he's on 14.
I know there's no 15.
He's still
But
up.
there's a 14 and there's a 16. But the 16 is older than the 14. Can someone explain to me what the fuck's going on? It feels like I'm talking to a woman.
I think the 14 got reinstated.
What the fuck's going on?
I think 14 was reinstated.
Yeah, I think he's showing for he's being a little tricky there. My channel got shut down. Well, it really didn't. It's still there. What do you?
Yeah,
go buy a T-shirt. Go buy a T-shirt.
He just assumed. He's like, it's going to be shut down anyway. Who fucking cares?
Well, he did lose a ton of freaking channels over time. It's like, wow.
Yeah, he is kind of like, I love Chronic, but he do tickle the dragon. He do tickle the dragon.
He didn't tickle it. He walked up and smacked it in the teeth and then kicked it in the butt.
Yeah, he probably French kissed it and fucked it at the same time.
I think he's trying to have sex with it too, like Greg's.
I mean, if there was a dragon and Chronic was there, he'd be fucking the dragon. I mean, that's just the way he is.
He's like,
He'd
how
be
you like this?
slapping, come on, baby, take
Is
it
this
all.
a girl dragon? Oh, well, whatever. I'll take it.
I do like he's willing to go. Okay, hey, all right. So
as long as
there's
it's a green dragon, he's cool.
There you go.
You know who's going to
Well
start
played.
getting their channel deleted is Ribby and
All of
Taylor
us.
the Fiend.
Oh, I love Taylor the Fiend.
Taylor's
man.
good, yeah.
Taylor's good,
Does a
but
nice job.
they're going to be coming for the two of them, boy.
I gotta go take a
Definitely.
whiz, guys. So keep talking. I'll be
Keep
right back.
going. Cool.
Well, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
Yeah,
Can we cue in a Fat Punisher piss break video?
Hey, at least he doesn't have a. At least he doesn't have a clip-on mic that we hear him.
Yeah,
like in that Naked Gun movie.
Yeah, that deep fake part that they put on, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is. I feel like I got to break the seal myself too.
Oh my god! Any history fans here? I'm sure everyone.
Oh heck yeah!
Do.
I have a degree in history. I have a degree in history.
1939.
God bless you.
Sorry that
Homer Simpson.
Man juice.
Oh,
good almighty.
Oh,
I feel like I never say that.
Yeah.
I think I need some more vodka.
I drank all mine. I'm down to fucking pathetic beer. Anyway,
well, I hate beer.
Where's this bar? Is this Chicago? Yeah, but Derpington is referring to the story of Enkidu in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Goddamn! All right, guys. I have to say I'm a little happy that everyone just didn't start yelling at her. But
no,
I was impressed. She actually stood in there and she took a little bit of a beating. And I think we got to acknowledge, like, look, no one's going to change their mind in front of someone.
Absolutely.
That just does not happen.
I think she had a little bit of a realization, though.
I do, too. I think and honestly, I listened to her points, and I think she made some good points, but...
Yeah, she was going more towards wanting to be a humanist and being like, treat people right and not hold one above the other.
I'm okay
but
with
feminism is all about holding girls above boys.
Yeah,
no, feminism is about raising one and suppressing the other.
Yeah,
hands down.
It's called supremacy.
I'm about
correct.
It's all about the oppressed, oppressor narrative and the victim narrative.
Basically, it sounds like she doesn't really know really what she espouses. She just kind of go into it because she just thinks she should, because girl power, go yay. But she really actually she hung in there. She was tough. That's the kind of person you think at, and you get like this false hope. Like, fuck, maybe they actually have a chance. The odds are small.
But Oki dropped out again. Jesus, he's unstable tonight.
Her programming is way too deep. She can't be taken out of the Matrix.
No, it would be years. It would be years. It would be years.
It's going to take, and I hate to say it, but it's going to take collapse. It's going to take a collapse.
Coming. You know what? This is one thing Kevin Samuels was talking about that I've been talking about for months. Come the end of August, or in fact the beginning, and then in September, he says winter is coming. yeah, it's coming. Shit's about to get fucking real, like for real.
It's
I mean, look at all the other. Go ahead.
Like,
sorry.
No more money, real.
Right. And you better hope and pray to God you've stacked some silver, some gold, some copper, and some weapons.
And men are afraid because either we got a job because we know there's no like parachute, but even on top of that, we know there's no free handouts. So we've always had to kind of work hard to have what we have. So when the axe comes down, the companies that are going to be worth the shit will not axe the hard workers. They'll axe the fat. The companies that are all about like quotas will axe the producers, and they will fail quickly. Then all of a sudden, those companies will expand. New companies will appear.
Yep,
we'll be in position. And
I don't know if you guys know him, but Raging Golden Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
He had a
great channel, by the way.
Yeah,
not as good as Hamster, but pretty goddamn good.
Well,
no, I would love to
Golden
see
Eagle's pretty good. Yeah.
But he had a whole thing about how when things get sparse, companies, they slice out the bloat.
Well, it's we've got a big problem coming up, and nobody wants to address it, right?
Right.
And the big problem is, sure, women is part of it, but you've got Biden, and the Democrats want to borrow $3 or $4 trillion more dollars from China.
Yeah,
they ain't got
print it.
They're fucked, dude.
No, and you have to remember something. China's running out of money too.
So-
It's just
Is anyone here familiar
the-
with the lying down man? The lying down, the lay down?
No, you were
No,
telling
I
me.
can't
What's
say I
that
have.
all about?
So in China, it's like, okay, you have the herbivore, you have MGTOW in America. I don't
Yeah,
know.
in
there's
Japan,
one
it's the herbivore guys. Yeah,
yeah,
grass
herbivore
eaters. Yeah.
guys.
right.
There's a few other ones, but in China, it's been forming. It's called the lay down and lay down. I wrote down notes. Hold on, let me look at my notes.
No, go
Look,
ahead.
I know there was just
There
an
we go,
article
there we go.
about them
Yes,
panicking about the birth rate.
laying flat movement. It's a philosophy. It's basically MGTOW. So it came from these dudes who are like, it's almost all dudes, no women, but they have the whole feminism thing going over there because, numbers, right? So
Right.
it makes sense. But China is like, they actually care about their country, unlike ours. So like, fuck, we gotta figure this shit out. Anyway, so these men were like, hey, we're not getting puss, we're not getting families, we're not getting anything we really want. And so thousands of these guys just started like working 1 to 2 months a year because shit is actually pretty interestingly cheap in China. It's a pretty agricultural,
Especially bat soup. In some places.
especially like their bat soup and their
Yes.
fucking coronavirus soups and stuff. So anyway, these guys, it started with this guy who was laying. He just like, I just got tired of working for nothing because there's no chance with a woman. There's no bliss in that. Even if I was a fucking Chad, because in their country, it's not like they're not outnumbered in that country. It's all men. And it's even
Right.
worse. So they were younger and they cut off from the world and they just started trying to find ways to make money. And it was interesting. Their goal was to work as little as they could and survive as comfortably as they could, relatively speaking, based off the money they made. So one of the ways they could make money is there's a thriving, as you guys might know, like the Chinese theater. And I don't mean like the, Chinese theater, like traditional sense, but the Chinese theater, the movies and the stuff they're making, it was thriving. And a lot of it was like shoot 'em up, testosterone type movies. So it was a huge need for people, bodies, dead bodies, action scenes like pew, 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 pew. So
Right.
there would be bodies everywhere. So this guy was literally, he was doing one movie to the next, collecting money to just get through from year to year to year. And he'd been doing this for years. And he wrote this book. It's called Laying Flat. I don't know if it's an actual book, but it was a philosophy. It's called Laying Flat. And it became a movement or a philosophy where the idea was he was just laying there, collecting income, not working to support a system that didn't give any fucks about him, about a system where he couldn't even have children because he couldn't get offspring, because he did not have access to women. And it wasn't like this guy was a complete chode. He was obviously getting side work, and he was like, this is all I need. I'm out. Peace out. Laying Flat. And it became a movement. And now it's getting out of control in China. Nice one. Whoever unleashed that. And
is Oki on the Colombian marching powder?
but guys, seriously, Laying Flat.
The
It's a
magic
real
dust.
movement.
No, I know they're trying to push men and women to date, and they're actually considering making it like dating mandatory, just like South Korea did.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Did they really in South Korea? No shit.
Yeah,
It's mandatory?
RGE and Raging Golden Eagle has a video about South Korean students who have to do a 3-month dating thing.
I prefer students instead of students.
Well,
the record.
you guys do realize why we've got this massive glut of men between the age of 16 and 40, right?
Who are virgins now, right?
Well, virgins are not.
Not in this country. I'm sorry, but if you're a man and you're a virgin in this
Abortion,
country, over 20,
probably.
there's something wrong with
75 years of world peace.
you. Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's coming to an end.
Oh, yeah.
I
So
think
it's
we're
coming to an
gonna
end.
have some
China has a
problems.
ready-made friggin' army of single
Is it,
guys who've
though?
never been laid.
Is it?
That's coming to an end.
Is it? You think so?
Yes.
I would imagine China will go for Taiwan, and nobody's
Yeah,
going to
and-
stop them.
No one's going to stop them. And look,
Unless
Taiwan has the capabilities to hold them for a little while, but they can't hold them forever unless
No, they cannot.
Well, with 2 stacks creepy kid sniffer in there, it's like
I don't think Biden is going to do a thing. I really
No.
don't. I think he's going to. I think
he
he's
would just let him
not
take
gonna.
over Korea and China.
So you're saying it's going to
Korea
happen
and
in the next 2.5 years, then?
I'd say within the next 5 years, you're going to see it happen.
Oh, 5. No, Trump will be back in office.
I think China's
I
going
like
to
their
push
optimism
to see how
for
far they can get. And one of the big things that's always been a big pain in their ass is Taiwan, right? Formosa.
Well, yeah. Well, you remember
That's
in
where-
1979.
I think it was
in
Chiang Kai-shek
79,
is the real
and the
China.
rebels as
Yeah,
Taiwan is China. Yes.
Taiwan is the real
Yeah.
China. But in
Okie says, I don't smoke or drink. Do you do blow though?
Hamster, Colombian marching.
you
That's not
offering?
really smoking or drinking. Yeah. Mushrooms.
you're,
I mean, I hear in
remember though,
Oklahoma they grow
Hey,
shrooms.
guys, if I go
Yes,
into
they
the
do.
bar, are you guys picking up the sound or?
No.
Oh, I hear
before
you.
it did.
I don't
Before
hear
we did.
anything.
Yeah, we see the video for sure. Yeah. You're still going to the. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's 12:30. What the fuck?
What is he
You're
doing?
gonna go have another bump. I don't know. He's
What are you
drinking.
talking about?
Dude, you're going to wind up on
Polska.
spank and herpes.
Yeah.
And she'll definitely be a feminist.
Oh my God, he's talking to the bartender.
Let me turn off my mic.
Oh, hey, hamster.
I don't know. We were kind of listening for that. I don't know. Go ahead.
I know, yeah.
Easy.
I
I'll
had a
turn it back
debate.
on.
Oh no, never mind.
Okay, go ahead. Derp says, a menagerie of alcohol, please.
Oh, yes.
Terrence Pop.
A shot of beer.
Can I get another shot when you get a chance?
Pour your menagerie and buckle up, boys.
They took the bar. They took the bar.
They took a bird.
Like
They
anyone.
took their jobs.
Animal House.
Oh my God, Hamster!
Big South Cowboy's gonna come in.
Do you have a pizza preference of St. Louis as of now?
Well, you know, I did try a St. Louis pizza from, I think it's Imo's.
Emo.
Imo's or something like that, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Emo.
it's apparently St. Louis pizza is really thin, and it's got this like stinky cheese on it. I thought it was good.
Yes.
I liked it.
Yep. Yeah, it's not bad. Do you like thicker crust though?
I like.
Are you talking
New
about
York
that
style.
garbage can?
Hey, ease up on the hate. I'm not from St. Louis, but I know they got the good pizza.
Hey, I'm from New
No,
York.
I
so-
prefer a New York slice myself. Yeah, because I was born in New Jersey.
Fair
so,
enough.
yeah.
Fair enough. There's, I don't know if you're in St. Louis or St. Charles County, but if you want a New York slice that's pretty good, I would go to a place. It's called Amis. AMIS. There's a couple of them out there. The best
Okay.
one's in South O'Fallon off of K.
I think there's one of them in Tulsa.
No.
All right.
I
Really?
know Ami.
If you're gonna
Ami's
talk
from
pizza,
Israel.
I got to
I
chime
know
in
him
here. All right.
personally. He's not. No.
AMI?
AMIS. Amis.
AMIS. I have to check that out because I could have sworn I saw something like that in
Great
Tulsa.
pizza restaurant. Yeah.
I'll check it out. Thanks for the tip, man.
Yes.
Yeah, who's got the noisy mic? I shut off Polska.
Shut me
MGTOW
off.
Cowboy, hello.
Okay, that's clear.
What's up?
Yes.
No, I should.
Hey, cowboy, how are you?
Ah,
Hey, don't knock it till you tried it.
I'll start poisoning you to death. Better watch yourself.
Yeah, hello.
Dirk Durpington says,
He's sitting there trying to have a drink, and we're bothering him.
we're trying to have some beers now. Get to the
not
chopper.
tumor.
There is no chopper. It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
Yeah, it's my car.
It's a ferret, you idiot.
All right, all right.
That's
Yeah, hello.
actually, I like that
You're my
movie.
twin
That was
brother.
awesome.
Did you ever see the difference between Arnold Schwarzenegger's son that he raised and the son that the wife raised?
No. Let me guess.
Oh,
One's
the
ripped
son-
and successful, and the other
Yep.
one is a piece of shit.
oh, a full blown. He looks like the Goodyear blimp.
That's one way to put it, I suppose.
Would you call them a large order of soy boy supreme?
Yes.
I'll have a soy, thank you.
And the picture I saw, Arnold and the son that he raised are on. They were riding through LA on bikes, and then the picture with the ex-wife and the son she raised, they were coming out of a restaurant, and he's just he's a heavy lad. Let's just put it that way.
we'll call him gravity challenged.
Gravity on him harder.
It's a gravity's putting on him harder.
It's sad. It's sad.
Because of the patriarchy, it's a way to.
Well, here's the other thing about St. Louis pizza, that they love toasted ravioli here.
Okay,
you ever heard of it? Right?
Oh, that's good.
Ravioli.
It is good.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, it's very tasty.
Hampstead, they had that back
I'm
east
looking
with
at
us.
I don't remember ever having toasted ravioli.
Hamster, Emo's kind of sucks.
They had
Cece
it.
Whitaker's is better, but
fried and toasted.
Does anyone have Panteras where they are? There used to be tons of them, but there's very, very, very few left.
Panteras? Isn't that a band?
I thought that was a band.
It is a band,
metal band.
It's a band, but
it's a car.
Linda. Listen, Linda. So it's a pizza restaurant. It's in O'Fallon, Missouri.
Missouri.
I do not live in Missouri.
Hey, I almost moved to Missouri.
You should move to Missouri and get away from the craziness.
Gentlemen,
well, I mean, easy. Where the hell are you at? Are you in New York yet, or what?
Oh no, I'm in Tulsa.
Oh, Oklahoma. Sure.
Oh man, I used to bang a girl in
Tulsa, middle of nowhere desert.
I moved out of New York. I moved out of New York in 2018.
I mean, look at this. You get a large pizza here for $13. That's pretty good.
What?
Yeah, that's what it says. Look at that.
Is that
How
Emo's?
big is the large?
This is
that Emo's?
Amis.
Oh no, Amis, dude, guys, no joke. Look, that was like one of the first jobs my son had. But the guy he's so good. It's so good. The food. Okay, go to the salad. There's a salad. It's like in a meal of itself. I'm not kidding. It is so good.
Which salad? Amis Deluxe or the Salata Meats?
No. That's not. Go down. Yeah, it's the Amis Deluxe salad. That motherfucker. It will wreck you. It will wreck you. So it's the best part though is actually the dressing. It has a little bit of
got some zip to it, does it?
Yeah. Not spicy at all. And I'm a big spice freak.
Well, yeah, I can't eat that spicy stuff because you know what?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. And as it comes out, it's like, hey, how are you? And I'm all like, oh, that kind of stinks.
I wish I wasn't born, kind of thing.
Oh my God!
I wish I wasn't born at all. It's a wonderful life.
It's a wonderful
life. Now.
Yeah, I mean, what is this easy, especially because you're a New York guy? I mean, what is all this shit? Just give me freaking pepperoni and extra cheese. That's what I'm talking about.
That's pepperoni or peppers or green peppers. That's about my.
All right, can I jump in on this pizza conversation here? Because I'm from fucking Chicago. All right.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Everybody knows about the deep dish, right?
I've had it actually at Gino's downtown. I think it was Gino's right there.
Yeah, Hamster. Nobody here who lives in Chicago eats deep dish pizza. You know when we have it? When people from out of town come in and want to have deep dish pizza.
Yeah, this is what we all eat.
You know what? The best pizza I've ever had is around here. We always do cracker thin crust, and
St. Louis.
Hamster, you remember Mr. Lee, right? Or Red Pill Elite?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I know you met him. He actually came through Chicago. Him and I took him to one of my favorite pizza joints over here. And
no shit. Well, I think he just moved, didn't he? He went somewhere.
Yeah, he was sick for a while.
No, he went to Tempe, Arizona, outside of Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when
Oh,
he
that's right.
when he
Yes,
was
I had to tell him about how fucking hot it is there.
when he was out here, I took him out for pizza and beer, and we had a blast over here. And we like our pizza here. It's a razor thin crust, almost like a cracker with either sausage, pepperoni, and like green pepper. Anytime you have pizza here in Chicago that has more than 2 ingredients, you always get it well done. All right.
Yeah. Wait. I'm from Chicago. What place did you go to?
Well, first of all, one of the most famous joints here has actually been on diners, drives-in. It's called Vito and Nick's. But the place I went to is called Vince's Pizza, and they let you customize their own crust. So I always get it extra thin and well done. And man, we have a square cut out here. We don't have pie cut like New York has. All right, so it's really small pieces. It's the best fucking pizza you'll ever have on the entire planet.
What's the best strategy for not getting mugged when you go get this pizza?
Go in the daytime.
Did I just get too honest?
Drive.
Drive, motherfucker.
Yeah, where is
stop
the
at red lights?
Don't walk.
Who's the other guy from Chicago? Can you identify yourself? What's your sigil?
Me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, the Chicago guy.
You talking to me?
The Polska Bob's Chicago guy.
Oh, Polska Bob. You're Polska Bob.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm Polska Bob. I'm from Chicago.
Cool, man. I've seen you 100 times. Okay, I was just about to ask
I see you all the time, Polska. All the
Sure.
time.
What do you want to ask?
Sounds like a challenge. Fight.
Like, I had never spoken to you voice to voice, so the person I was speaking to right now, I was about to ask you if you're Italian. You sounded like a Dago Wap to me right now.
My name is Polska Bob.
Polska, obviously you're a Polak. Okay,
cool.
Yeah, I'm a Polish immigrant.
Okay.
If I was Italian, that's fucking hilarious.
Well, I'm a sweaty fat guy.
Only men can have this conversation, right? Where you literally make fun of each other.
Oh God, yes, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing.
This is the lost
If Emily
art
were here,
of
she goes, "Why
now."
are these guys being so mean to each other?" It's like, this is not mean. This is just men. It's what we do.
Yes.
We're just ball breaking. That's what we do here on the south side of Chicago.
But this is what the younger generations can't do without it getting physical or someone whipping out a gun.
Oh my God! Somebody said something
physical,
about.
trust me.
And where I
This
grew
is the
up,
younger
the way to
generation.
say hello to your friends is you flip them the bird and you say, fuck you. And they go,
Right.
yeah, fuck you.
Right.
If you stand up to one of these little soy boys, they'll crumple like a fucking accordion.
Oh, that's happened to me in
Oh, yeah.
Tulsa.
Pussies.
Yeah.
Weak.
Oh, really? In Tulsa, Oklahoma? Oh, I was there for a job interview like 20 years ago.
Can I get all of you gentlemen just to identify yourselves? Because I just joined real quick. I didn't even read who's on this live stream. I know Hamster is moderator. Who else is here?
Well, who the hell is this?
Yeah,
Cowboy?
who's talking? This is
I'm sorry?
BJ Baby Jail coming
Baby
from
jail.
Missouri.
Well,
This
I'm
is
a
Hamster.
Polska Bob.
Eric Zombro.
Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
Thumper, the sweaty fat guy. Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Okay.
And this is MGTOW Cowboy. Where the hell? What's your story? Where you at?
Well, I'm also from Chicago, born and raised in Chicago, but now I live in a place called Franklin Park, which is like a second ring suburb. It's like 10 out of Chicago, but I'm a trucker. I'm in Chicago every day.
I know where Franklin Park is. You're over by O'Hare Airport.
Yeah, I'm like 3 minutes away from O'Hare. Yeah.
Yeah, Cowboy. I love some of your content, man. Great stuff.
Thank you. And who's this? Who is this again?
Eric Zombro.
Eric Zombro. I've definitely I recall that last name. You got your own channel, right?
I do, but I've gotten mine deleted so many times, so I make.
I noticed a pattern here.
Buy a T-shirt. Go.
I haven't been deleted because I make car stuff.
Hey, I'm over by Midway Airport.
Hamster strong.
My best friend in high school was from there. He called himself Midway Duke, right by Bedford Park.
Right by Bedford Park. That's really not by the airport, but
The MGTOW Cowboy has a channel. Let me put that in the link here so you guys can go look. I didn't know that. Sure. Yeah.
Hey, what do you guys think of Hammerhand?
Love Hammerhand.
He's an asshole. He's a fat asshole.
He's my kind of asshole. He's an asshole.
He can still be an asshole, but he can be a good asshole. I mean, you need an asshole. Who doesn't want an asshole?
I think
of the results.
I
Have an asshole.
think Hammerhand at this point is sort of taking I don't know what do you want to call it? Yes.
Sorry.
I think Hammerhand has basically become most prominent MGTOW red pill dude in the entire community. I mean, of course, there's Sandman, but at this point, I mean, who else? Sandman, Benson.
What are you talking about? Like most prominent red pillar or MGTOW?
I would say Hammerhand's right up there.
I'd say Hammerhand. I'd even put you up there, Hamster.
10, top 5.
Yeah, I don't do so much red pill stuff anymore though, but I kind of do. I guess.
Hold on. Can I ask a question? Like, what do you mean when you say red pill? Like, what do you mean? Well, I think red pill is just more about looking around and seeing reality. Hamster, what is your opinion? And like less MGTOW, more like what is red pill to you?
I'd like to field that question. I'd like to answer that.
Can Hamster field it first though?
Sure. Okay.
I think when I'm looking at the red pill stuff, it's like there's a lot more shit going on than just the female stuff, right? And so I want to branch out a little bit into more of the other bullshit. For example, our president can't together with a fucking
shit his pants.
It's just amazing.
Oh yeah, they're changing his depends. That's for sure.
It's amazing.
Oh, they can just depends.
But I mean, I think I've gone more away from the fembot stuff. I mean, what more the fuck can you say? It's bullshit. I mean, there's only so many things you can say, and I think a lot of people say it better than me. So I'm just going to do some other stuff. I guess that's kind of what I'm thinking. What do you guys think?
Nah, I like your older stuff, Hamster, because like
thanks.
Your red pill stuff. I hope you keep it up because it's important for people to see it because you have a take on it that I think that TFM, even Sandman, doesn't really have. Like your video on the Cleary Act. That video is awesome, absolutely awesome, and you should leave it up because it's so true.
Up.
Like
it's up. Yeah.
Like why are they lying? Like when you break down the numbers, why did they change it? What did they get from it? Like it's great. You have to leave that stuff up. That's the red pill content that I like to do.
Now, if you guys didn't hear that one, we excuse me, I'll just go through it briefly because I think it's important. We hear all the time from the fembots, 1 in 5 women will be thus and such, right? All these women, the college crisis, all it. It's utter fucking bullshit. It is not true. It is a
totally
lie.
Not true.
It is a lie. What's that?
Yeah, it's happy thoughts and unicorn jizz. Wishful
What's
thinking.
the lie? Which part's the lie? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm on the right page.
All of it. Where do you want to start? You know,
all of it. The 1 in 5 is a lie. The real number is about 1 in 400.
The feminist lie.
The pay gap. It's all a lie.
The pay gap.
Well, not even the pay gap.
Just want to clarify. Yes, agreed.
No, it's all bullshit.
All right, guys. Okay. Can I chime in on this stuff about what the red pill actually is?
No.
Right?
Yeah. Let's hear it. Who's this again? By yourself. I'm sorry.
Love you.
This is Pulse Kebab.
Pulse Kebab. Hey, what's up?
All right, let's talk about what the red pill actually is.
Can I
the
ask you a question? Why can't we not see the names on the little icons in this chat? So I know who I'm talking to. No, it's not just you. Like I see no names, not even for me.
Oh, I don't know.
That's a hamster setting.
Hamster? How do we?
I'm sorry. Did somebody praise my work when I was gone getting a beer?
I think Hamster's amazing. I'm just asking you.
All right, guys.
I mean, I think Hamster's tolerable.
Let's focus a little bit here about what the red pill is.
All right,
the red pill is not about men and female nature. It is.
It is. Yeah.
The PUAs and Donovan Sharp, and we like to use the red pill to talk about that. What the red pill really actually is seeing the truth. Like when I took the red pill, that's when I became a 9/11 truther. When I saw through the false flags, all that stuff.
Hold on. You think? Hold on. Just one note. Are you saying you think it was an inside job?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was an inside job. There's no doubt. Okay.
When I think of
the red pill, that's what I think of.
Yeah. Let him finish.
I can tell you this as someone who is at ground. I was at ground zero. I got cancer from it. The WTC fund screwed me over.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Sorry.
And there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't think it was an inside job. I do think it was a terrorist attack, but that's just me.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is that it's not what they're telling us it is.
Can you boil it down? What do you think it is? Like, get to the end.
What do I think it is? I think it was an inside job to pass the Patriot Act.
Yeah. To move us forward. I'm sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah, to move us forward into the new world order.
Hold on. You don't really think some fucking moronic politicians who can't not get caught getting videoed at their fucking nail salon getting their hair blown out, designed the outcome of the 9/11 to crash it.
No,
like,
she's
you're saying that like they just took advantage of it.
Yeah, they used it as an opportunity
to why I was a little concerned here.
Yeah.
Like, are you telling me this motherfucking cunt who couldn't hide the fact she was getting her hair blown out during the
where I was on 9/11?
Pandemic.
What about Building 7? Building 7 was never even.
Right.
You know where I was on 9/11?
Now we back, bro. Now we back on the same page.
Guys, I think you're missing the point here. Okay. The red pill is about false flags. Okay, it's about false flags. The government is using and we're not talking about just this government. We're talking about the new world agenda, right? Like,
does it have to be that complicated, though?
No,
every politician uses every advantage.
It just boils down to the relationship between men and women.
What it comes down to is the truth that you've been taught your entire life is a lie. Okay, and once you come to realize that,
like, be more specific. That's a very general.
Let me, if I may add my 2 cents.
Be
let me talk
specific,
guys. Please, hey, whoa. Please, let's not talk over each other. It's not interesting. Okay.
Why this is
one at a time.
Hamster should moderate the whole thing. In fact, I elect that Hamster be the moderator for the whole thing going forward. No disrespect to anyone, but like basically he can break us up at any time. He's like the referee.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. I've got zebra stripes.
I thought he was actually.
Get a timeout.
Well, I am, but you guys you're getting all jumpy in there. Go ahead.
No, but guys, my point is the truth is a lie. And the lie is the truth. That's the whole point about the red pill. You've been taught that this has been true your entire life, and once you realize that it's been a lie, you go through the stages of like, hey, the valley of suicide,
right, the grief and all that stuff.
Yeah. You go through the 5 stages, and you realize it's all a fucking lie. And now
I think you're expanding it exponentially to other people and governments.
One at a time.
I relate it to myself, like the stuff I was taught, like if you do this, you'll have a happy marriage. Well, I didn't have a happy marriage. Like,
right. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly
the red pill for me
saying.
The red pill for me was like,
please,
like what I learned social, like I guess like the social contract. I guess I don't know. I don't know how you would define it, but I got awakened while I was married, and my red pill was very, very hard.
I have a little bit on that.
My point is it's not necessarily about the nature between male and female. It's about discovering the truth and realizing it's a fucking lie. That's what it's about.
The way I see it is
that's really broad, though.
You have narrative, and then you have reality.
down or
Right,
start
exactly.
however you want to build it.
So the narrative can fit reality.
Do we
but
really need to
the
think
narrative
that?
doesn't always fit reality?
I'm sorry.
And knowing when it's narrative and when it's reality is the key.
I'm sorry, if I may, I see it this way, and I had I had a very similar conversation with Lion of Big Tao in his comment section like a month ago. He was talking about the same kind of thing. Like is a red pill, is a black pill, and how do we define ourselves? I start with an overarching term called the Manosphere, and then from the Manosphere, it boils down to, if we want to call it, red pill. And within the red pill is whatever these other pills, and within the red pill is also MGTOW, and then you can go from there. But it's the Manosphere at the top, and then the red pill, and then MGTOW, and then whatever else you want to add. All right. Okay.
I still haven't had my question
let me
answered.
just R-Man. Okay, 1 second, please. R-Man is talking about man-woman myth videos. If you guys seen those?
Sure, I've seen them all.
If you haven't, please do. Check them all out. Very good. Okay, go on. Thank you.
No problem.
So what does this have anything to do with everything I just heard and with the American government planning and committing 9/11? I haven't heard anything that supports that. And I'm concerned. Let me finish real quick. I'm sorry. I'll be done. I promise I'll be done real quick. My concern is that we're going to be dismissed and marginalized, because if you support this kind of stuff without serious evidence, you're going to be marginalized. So at the very least, even if you really believe it and you think you got good evidence for it, let's separate them. And because like clearly the marginalization and the treatment of men it's definitely, I think we can all agree, is way more clear than 9/11 being an inside job. So
yeah,
I have not heard any evidence to support it, in my opinion, to make me be convinced. So can we at least separate that shit? Just
yes, that's how I look at the red pill.
Please,
it's all connected.
Let's not be cuckoos.
You don't want to hear. I want to chime in. Like I didn't mean it to go that way, but it's all kind of like based on truth and reality, right? We all understand that there's a true nature of, between male and female relationships and men and governments and stuff like that. I didn't mean to say that, yeah, right, you're not okay if you don't think 9/11 was an inside job at all. That has nothing to do with it, really. You
I just don't think we should play there. Don't play there. We don't need to, because the travesty and the tragedy played upon men in this modern day is absolutely real, empirically unarguable. Let's stick on that. Let's not if we get, like, I mentioned it on purpose to kind of tease, but my point is, like, let's not get dragged down in those conspiracies.
Yes,
Big John
because then we'll be dismissed.
MGTOW. He almost destroyed MGTOW.
God.
Big John
so
almost fucked us over. They, of course, picked the lowest hanging fruit and crushed him.
CNN, that video he did on CNN, that was absolutely infuriating.
Is there any surprise why they picked him? I don't mind Big John. I don't hate him. I think, I don't know. I have no reason to hate him, but fuck, you guys goddamn well know he was not the best representative.
No.
So can we please focus on and like, this is why, Emily, I was happy that I was actually kind of impressed. She hung in there,
Yes.
Clearly she had no business. Like, she has no idea what she's talking about. I get it. That's fine. But there were a few times it seemed like maybe she might have benefited from our wisdom, and it was when we were not attacking her. And I'm guilty. Like I made some nasty comments. So
well,
it wasn't that you
gotta
made
push
nasty
back a little
comments.
bit, right? Come on.
It wasn't that you made. Look, it wasn't that you made nasty comments. It's that you made comments that were truthful. I just dropped my
fucking.
You made comments that were truthful, and that she knew you were 100% right, and she doesn't want to deal with
smirks?
it. Yeah.
When I would say things, and she was like, "I don't know,"
Like your whole shtick about her kids getting bullied and everything else, that's 100% gonna happen.
I feel bad. That's what I feel bad most about, because I'll tell you what, I love kids. Like kids are the fucking best. They're the best of us.
Yeah.
But we're making the worst of them with this shit. Am I wrong, guys?
No, you're not wrong.
And she knows it, and she couldn't admit it. That's the only thing that concerns me. I can get over everything else. You want to go get fucked? You want to be filled with DNA from thousands of dudes and destroy your life?
Yes.
Fine. But my beef is I've got daughters who see that and they think it's a fucking good idea. No, it's not.
Right.
It's not. It's not even good for the man. We're not meant to do that. I'm not religious at all. I'm an atheist. But
see, I'm deeply religious. Very.
But you know what? I'm not going to cut my. I'm not going to.
Sir, who just said I'm deeply religious? You sound like
Eric Zombro.
Zombro.
Could I jump in for 1 second, please?
Get in there.
Polska Bob, thank you for coming by tonight. He's going to go drink vodka, I guess, alone because he's an incel from hell.
That's good.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Riggs Jr. says, was Tom Golden in that interview with Big John? I don't remember that.
I don't think so.
It was a joke. Look, guys. Does anyone hate Big John?
I like John.
No, but he had no business representing us.
No. God, no.
It's kind of like Derek in that one video.
Let me repeat my favorite line he had. I have the penis. I'm the man. Like, what do you think was gonna fucking happen, guys?
I mean, what about you guys? Remember Derek from that? I guess it was what MGTOW and Feminist or something. And he was probably the worst fucking representative of the men's movement.
Yeah.
I don't think he actually was real.
Could the fruit been lower?
Well, remember, as of right now, MGTOW is basically like a grassroots movement or community, if you want to call it that. We have yet to have.
It's a philosophy. It's a philosophy.
Right, but that's the glorious thing about MGTOW. Even Hamster said this. Each person that's a MGTOW is a MGTOW their own way. There's no set rules.
John was stuck in the rage, the red pill rage.
Yes.
Stuck there. Yeah. And I'm telling you, I love women, but there's been times where I might not have said that. But I honestly mean it now. I do love them. I don't love the way they've been treated.
Maybe it should have been you on that show, but you weren't there yet.
I was
no, but they'll never
been worse.
But
they'll never bring someone on that could give them a good debate, like Paul Elam or something.
No. Facts, are not allowed. Our man says, are you guys talking about Big John's interview with Lisa Ling?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. She demolished him. He had no chance.
Not really. He just hit people.
He's not the smartest guy.
No.
And there's nothing
It was
wrong
like
with
dropping grenades into a barrel of fish. I mean,
but you know what?
It's too easy. Yeah.
If the world ended tomorrow, who would you guys want to have with you on your back? That's
Big John. In a combat situation, I would love to have Big John.
You're goddamn right. So they went and found the lowest hanging fucking fruit. And that almost destroyed MGTOW, guys.
Yeah, like I said, I love John, but he never should have did that interview.
I mean, we're fucking terrorists at this point.
Yes,
that's what the government believes.
I mean, after that interview, YouTube went crazy.
Remember the
one at a time, guys. One at a time.
Canadian government has come out openly saying that incels are now considered a possible domestic terrorist group.
That's right. Yep.
Incels and MGTOW have a lot of overlap, so it's not a reach to consider us, some sort of like, bad group.
Well, look at the guy who was interviewing for the ATF top spot. He said all single white men should be viewed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. What is that leading to? Do you guys think? I think we know.
Exactly.
Right. Take away our rights, and it's just like I'm reminded of an interview, I think it was a stand-up of Bill Burr. Bill Burr was talking about what does the government fear the most throughout all history. They're fearful of single men, married men are bogged down. They're controlled by their women.
Yep, that's right.
Who are you worried about storming the castle when shit really gets bad? Single men with high testosterone, with pitchforks, who are sick of your shit.
That was nice, BJ. That was pretty chunky.
Bishop.
Did you puke on your microphone? I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, that sounded like it came from your toes, man.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Anyway, yeah, no. Men who are not married, we basically are the last line of defense against tyrannical government. And they know
Correct.
that. So, yeah,
Correct.
sorry, it sucks.
Well, look, that's why they're panicking because, I mean, look at the marriage rates, look at the birth rates.
And it's not just white men. You know,
No,
that's the trick.
No.
Oh, you black guys over here or you brown guys over here are oppressed.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Oh, look at
they're waking
black
the
men
fuck up and they're going, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, black men have completely walked away from marriage.
Absolutely.
Black men woke up first. They were the canary in the coal mine.
Yeah. They were like, all right, nope, this is how we're going to be treated. No way we want any part of this. You guys are crazy. You can have it.
And now what do they
we're
do?
all catching on.
What do they bring back after 50, 60 years of the civil rights movement? They're trying to divide us again.
Yes.
Because conquer and divide. I mean, this is not some conspiracy bullshit.
No.
They want to drive us apart because they want
Then we're
black and
easy
brown
to
men
control.
and whatever to believe that white men hate them. And we don't. There's none. It's not even close. What the hell are they talking about? It's bullshit. Again, more red pill stuff. Go on.
Literally trying to just pay the goddamn bills.
Yeah.
I think that's one reason why there's so much pushback with Kevin Samuels. I think like the black Manosphere is the Isle of Midway. It's the El Alamein, or it's the Stalingrad. It's the point where
it's the
we
hill
take
we're
a
going to die
stand
on.
and we win.
That's it. Yep.
And I think
Yes.
we need the black community. We absolutely need
Absolutely.
them because they are.
Sure.
They-
If we can free
they were
black
the
community, then
strongest-
we can win national elections.
Yes, and they were the strongest family unit before they were destroyed by the.
That's right. In 1962, more black families were united than white families.
Who was it? Was his name Brian Moynihan warned of this
Yes.
decades before it happened?
He warned of
You
it
know?
in the 40s and 50s.
He'd been warned about it. You know, this is why I almost have to think that what they're doing is basically the new arm of the KKK. And I know it sounds like a little tinfoil hat, but it's like the Democrats realized they couldn't subjugate the blacks through any other means necessary. So now they're going to try to like co-opt them into some like.
They
Well, they
couldn't
wanted
keep 'em from
segregation.
voting. They couldn't keep them from voting.
They couldn't keep them from
What
voting.
No, they're
now,
losing.
yeah. Then they
What
made up
keep 'em-
abortion.
was made it so
Couldn't
they
even
voted
keep
for
them
the Democrats.
enslaved because they lost the Civil War, and they tried the KKK that failed, and then they brought this guy out who did Birth of a Nation, right, which
Yes.
reinvigorated the KKK, and also reinvigorated the. Oh my God! Think of all the every time. Like there were so many. I feel so bad for black men. Think of all the black men who were hung at the accusation, the false accusation of a white woman, because
Right.
because
Believe all women,
God,
right?
Yeah.
because
Oh, yeah.
either she did it in regret or she got caught or whatever.
Candace
And,
Owens
Actually-
had a whole speech on that.
fuck, this keeps me up at night. You know, this could be my kids.
Right.
No,
Well, at this rate, it's going to be your kids.
That's right.
Now, if I could, Eric Zombro, you say you're in Tulsa.
Yes.
Do you know how the Tulsa race riots happened?
Yes, I do.
It was a
Yes, I
false
do. It
allegation
was a false allegation
let me get by a man.
by a woman.
by a
No,
woman.
no. It was definitely a man. It was a patriarch. You're
Yeah,
just
right.
like, your white male privilege is clearly.
Yeah,
But-
it was a black man, you know, and the thing about the Tulsa race riots, it was jealousy of the whites because these black people were doing great.
That's
It
right.
was fantastic. They had
They actually were.
They were doing wonderful. They had businesses, they had all kinds of stuff. They were
Yes!
upper middle
Growth!
class. They were doing great.
Growth.
Yeah.
We need our black communities.
absolutely.
We need them.
We need every community.
We need we need our men. We need our men empowered again.
You know what's funny is there's a large growing Asian community and Vietnamese community in Oklahoma, but they're and all of them, they're all single. They're all single men.
It's too bad.
It's like, no, I'm not going to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah,
What-
but
why?
it's catching on even in those cultures where like you're supposed to get married and have kids. It's catching on. It's worldwide. It's a grassroots thing.
Nobody Not Me says the Black Wall Street. That's right. In Tulsa,
Yeah,
Oklahoma,
the Black Wall Street.
1921, I think. And the Whiteys burned the whole fucking town down.
Over a false
Amazing.
allegation.
Over a false allegation of a white girl and a black man who
Supported
allegedly
by
did something.
Democrats. I guarantee you.
Oh, I
Those
guarantee
records-
that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
Democrats
you also have to
every fucking time.
Yes, but you also have to remember every time like that they can't keep blacks down, like the Democrats, something else pops up. Well, then we'll do abortion and we'll just kill them. I mean, in New York City,
right.
there's more black children aborted than there are born year
Sad.
after year.
Sad.
Remember, on a national level, 52% of all black children are aborted
God damn.
before they're born.
That's right.
So
Right.
Heavy, dude.
the black
and it goes down the line with like Hispanic, Asian, and whites.
70%, 75% of black kids are born to a single mother.
It's not true. It's
Oh,
not
it's
true.
higher
In
than that.
Chicago, it's even higher. In Chicago, it's
Yeah.
approaching 80%.
Yeah, it's. I think it's actually over 80. I thought it was over 83%.
Remember when I asked Emily, my question was like she actually agreed that kids are best raised by a man and a woman together as a family.
Yeah.
And I was like, what was your solution to get there? And all we got was like, well, you
Nature.
just gotta let
Get
people,
back to nature.
We gotta let people make choices, and that's not working. That's what we're doing. It's not working.
And if
But
I
that
can add,
I'm sorry, Hamster.
Am I wrong, Hamster? I don't know. Am I wrong?
I'll consider that. I didn't hear I was doing something else. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But that tied into my point that the more that
I'm sure you're right, though. I'm sure you are.
That's
but that tied into my point that the more that they embrace feminism, the more unhappy they become.
Well, I think that's because feminism has been a big lie.
Yeah, but they don't know that either.
Women are understanding that it's all bullshit. Oh, go push papers in an office. You're going to be much more satisfied. No.
Yeah.
Know
But
that
then,
when,
yeah.
know that when they're 35, and by then it's too late.
Yeah, well, she's 33.
She's
and she went-
fine. She's fine.
She'll be all right, but she better get going.
yeah, but she's fine. But
she's not fine.
At 35, when you start popping out puppies, it starts looking like someone punched a lasagna down there. I'm sorry.
Jesus. I guess we can talk about pussies and tits now. I guess where'd Kendall Rican go?
I'm trying to keep it clean for your stream, Hamster.
That's fine. Yeah, whatever. Pussies and tits. Why not? Beer and tits. Yay.
Yes.
All my favorite things.
Oh, I mean, I'm in Missouri. I mean, for God's sake.
It's the show me state, baby.
That's right. Oh,
Yeah. There's some. I will say this: there are some women and men in the Midwest that you don't want them showing you anything.
Oh,
That's
I've lived
Yeah,
here
that's
my
most
whole
of the
life.
women up here.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's some hot chicks out this way, dude.
Well, you should
No,
have seen this.
yeah, there are. There are.
You should have
I'm not
seen this
saying
one
that.
baby mama I saw today. Oh my God.
Obviously,
She was like a moving freaking like a brick wall. Just huge. It's like tattoos, the whole fucking thing, and then she had like 3-4 kids. Like, oh my God, here we go. And a brand new car, of course. Why not?
You know what's funny though, guys, and Hamster, you'll agree with me on this because you've had video after video of these older women who get on here and be like, feminism lied to me. It was all a lie. Like, it's sad. Like, look at that.
It is sad. It is.
Donovan Sharp had a video about I'm 42, childless and alone, and I gave up the love of my life. Bachelor did a video on it, and SSM did one too. they think that they can have the world, and then in their 40s they're on there complaining and being like it was all a big lie.
Well, I mean, it is a big lie. Oh, you
They're
can just
children.
wait till you're 37 and then you can have children and get married and it'll be the Disney family. It doesn't work that way.
No,
It doesn't work that way.
95% of her fertility.
Right. Exactly.
Like, who would believe any of that shit except for a child? They are children.
Yes.
They've been raised to be children. Now, you'll notice some women, like not all Nawalts. Yeah, I mean, they don't really exist, but there are women who are marriageable and won't divorce rape you. It's hard to find, and there's no guarantees. But here's the thing. It's not like they don't exist. It's just there's no reasonable expectation that you'll get one, and there's no way to fucking know. Am I wrong?
Right.
Someone
No,
tell me
no.
I'm fucking wrong.
And then if you're like, oh, maybe I do have one, and then boom, pow, presto, you're,
Happened to me multiple
it happened to me.
times.
It happened to me again, and you're living in a van down by the river. Then you learn.
Oh, you had a van?
The only
I
way
had
to
a
find
Down by
out.
the
overpass.
river even. Wow. That's okay.
I guarantee you, Hampster's driven over a fucking overpass on Highway 70 that I slept under for a week or two. So
Oh my God. Yeah, probably. Yeah. That's probably true.
that's what we call a men's abuse shelter.
Yeah, there's your shelter, boys.
Welcome to Missouri. Welcome to Missouri, boy. We like.
I
it
always
pretty.
said if I ever won like $100 million, I would start a shelter for divorce.
Well, you guys
men.
heard about the guy in Canada, right? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, didn't he get? Didn't the government try to shut him down?
Oh, he offed himself.
Who cares? I think eventually MGTOW as a community, or if you want to call us a worldview or a philosophy, I think individual men will rise to the point where they just put money together and just whatever. We'll pick, somehow a leader will come up. I don't know if it would be Hamster. Hamster is too busy chasing redheads.
Yeah, redheads everywhere. Yep.
Can't blame him, dude. Red in the head, fire in bed.
Hey, there's no shame. What are you talking about?
Hamster, I think.
Who cares?
Hamster,
how
I
much
think
got
you were.
megahertz?
I think
More
you were.
redheads.
Who cares?
You were Raging Golden Eagle.
Am I?
I think eventually men, I'm telling you, MGTOW is eventually going to turn political.
Can't though.
Oh,
Can't.
they have not unleashed the power. yet. They don't know what the fuck they're doing here.
They do though. They're,
in my opinion,
keep pushing.
No, I don't think they do. It's the sleeping dog trope, I guess you can say. You kick the fucking dog enough, the dog is going to get pissed.
Okay. You guys ever heard of the saying where when you talk to, let's say we go back a few thousand years ago into Rome, like when Rome was at its peak, and you would ask someone, and it was actually portrayed in a few movies, where you would ask someone if they believed in the Roman gods, and the typical response, there was actually I forget it, it's been so long, but it's something along the lines of, publicly, yes, I believe in every one of them. Privately, I don't trust a single one. And I think that's kind of where we are. We live where people live by a code, believe in a certain belief, but they really don't believe, but they're just going along with it basically to live to see another day. And I don't see that changing. Till meltdown.
Cool. Yeah, no. Once meltdown happens, then you're gonna. It's going to be a hard swing back to traditional.
Not for us.
Yeah, it's going to be the women are not going to like it.
For us, it'll be like, oh, this is a problem.
They're not going to have a choice though. It's like you do this or you it's survival.
We know what it means to starve. Oh no, yeah. I've done that.
Look at Venezuela.
Exactly.
I mean,
you got women eating their cats.
There's people. They're eating dogs. They're eating cats. I mean,
that's a reverse.
Parents routinely into the suburbs or into the woods, into the outskirts, whatever, to like hunt squirrels with BB guns so they can have a pound of meat to eat come evening.
Yeah. Some lady talked about catching mice to boil them.
Oof. Hey, let me throw this out there, guys. Like, I take no joy in the suffering of women. I take no joy in any of the suffering.
Absolutely not. No.
I don't take joy in anyone's suffering.
I think I don't think it makes me a simp to, at the very least, sit there and ponder and discuss like options. Like, what are our fucking options? Now, I'm not going to waste my life trying to pacify or simplify some woman or
some
feminist,
people,
but I think we have a obligation, familial and fiduciarily, to like try to make things work or find a better way. Although I think we're the only ones who would be coming
right now, we're not
from an
allowed to do that. The system is going to crash. I think the most important thing to understand or to internalize in your mind, and I spread this among all men, you guys better understand and you better spread the message. The system as we know it is going to collapse. When that happens, everyone's going to be pointing the finger at everyone else. The most important thing to know when that happens is to point the finger at who it really belongs.
Okay, no one's listening. Now what do we do?
Who do you guys think, if you had to point the finger at anyone, who would it be? Well, they're going to put the finger at men.
White men.
Yeah.
They're going to
But
say,
my question is,
hands down.
Is there anything we can do besides prepare? Honestly, the
thing you have to do.
The easy answer. Hold on. The easy answer is no, but
yes,
I think we should at least try and look. Be I wrong?
I disagree.
No, you're not wrong. But the more you sound like, even when you sound the alarm, all you're going to be is just treated like an Alex Jones conspiracy theorist, or if you're trying to change like marriage laws, you'll be treated like an MRA or Paul Elam. I mean, that poor bastard can't even walk down the street without getting.
So we need to focus
stuff
on results, right? Agreed.
You need to focus on results, but you also must prepare. You have to start stacking hard currency, because even like all those morons are like, "Oh, I just do Bitcoin." Well, you're an idiot, because when the collapse happens, your Bitcoin's going to be worth nothing more than the computer it's worth.
A memory.
Paperweight. Yeah.
You can't even wipe your ass with Bitcoin. Get out of here.
No.
If you have dollars, at least you can at least wipe your ass.
Right. And even that's in Hampshire, that's all dollars are going to be used for. You need to have gold, copper, and silver.
You guys want
I would say, yep.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Hold on. Is it wrong that I want us to try to fix things? I'm not MRA wise. I know that's gone. That's long. That's gone.
No,
but like at least
not
maybe
even...
we can get them to fucking just listen a little bit. Every little bit helps.
I'm a lot.
That's the problem. We're outnumbered at this point.
We are.
You have two full entities that will automatically be against you. You have liberal women, and you have rhinos, and you have the government itself. 3 full entities. They're not going to listen.
It's like the Spanish Inquisition.
Hold on.
Right. Sorry.
Do any of you guys work on cars?
No, I wish.
Or fix them?
I mean, I have balls. So
I used to.
This is how you fix the car. All right. The car has a problem. Like, let's say it has an oil leak. All right. If you just keep putting oil in it, it still leaks out, but you end up putting oil in it. All right. So what's better, to fix the fucking leak or to keep putting oil in it? So you have to find the reason why
the root cause.
Oil.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
have to find what the reason is for all these fucked up laws and all these fucked up things and why they are doing this to us. You have to look at the why. Then you can look at the how.
We know why, because the people that run the world, they feel that the world is overpopulated. They actually think that they're saving the world. They want to lower the population. They want to force the population.
Part of it.
They're going to do all the many parts. I'm telling you, the biggest parts. They do not think that we should run things ourselves because we cannot handle it. They got to handle it for us. We're out of control, so they're going to control us. They got to take our rights away to do that. Force depopulation. Can't own a car anymore. No more private property. All this stuff. I think they're saving the world.
Now, what other ideology in the last century was saving the world, but ended up filling mass graves with hundreds of millions of people?
Well,
wait, hold on. What?
Does it start with a C and end with
it starts with an M?
Marxism, socialism,
and it covers socialism, communism, feminism, postmodernism.
It all
of that.
fails. We know that, right?
Right.
Do we need to go through this? Does anyone disagree?
That's what they're trying to push on us.
I mean, that's
They
the thing, though.
want us to
AOC is
live
like,
like
oh,
that.
Cuba is a great place. What the fuck is
Yeah.
wrong with this
They
person?
want us
Yeah.
to live under that while
Really?
they profit from us. That's what they're trying to do.
And always
So
remember,
the collapse
it's
is what they want, because then they can take over in the power vacuum after the collapse.
Sure.
Yes.
I agree. It's the,
Dude.
Hegelian, it's the Hegelian dialectic. They want to get it
Yeah.
to the point. How do
They've made it so bad that people are going to clamor for the government to come save them. And the government's going to be like,
That's
okay,
why-
well,
that's why I'm saying
the great experiment didn't work, so here you go.
Wait,
You
wait.
can have socialism.
They will
Which
save
turns
them.
into communism.
Guys, like, okay, the drafting today. Oh, it's great. Oh, they're going to be drafted. No. They've already. They have like a million excuses. Oh, I'll just get pregnant, this and this and that. But like, if it really came down to it, like, let's go back to World War II. Like,
Second-
do you think they're really going to send
Exactly.
divisions of women over?
Exactly.
No.
No way.
No.
Come on.
Like,
that's
let's say our
bullshit.
very lives were on the line.
No,
Like,
right,
on the fucking line. We could all be dead or way of life.
This guy's saying-
Blah, blah, blah. Are we sending women? No. Fuck no, we're
absolutely.
not.
But
We're
look how
sacrificing our children, our
right.
boys.
My
Our
father,
boys.
Did you guys know how many combat jobs are in the military versus how many support jobs there are?
yeah,
Very few.
Combat roles are very,
the-
very small.
Yeah, the support jobs are the big part. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I was in
oh, we're
the
gonna
They're
send,
all combatants.
we're gonna
Oh,
send our
right.
girls. We're gonna send our
But-
girls into the
Yeah,
the fire.
sounds
No,
great.
we're not. I mean, come on.
No.
I had
No.
this debate. I had this debate with with
Hold on.
someone about the combat thing, and I said, I go, just remember how much people freaked out when that woman got prisoner of war in 2003. Remember that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone
do.
went wild.
one woman.
One woman,
One woman.
Jessica Lynch.
Oh, a woman gets raped because he was captured? Oh, yeah, it happened.
She
It
was raped.
fucking happened. Guess what? What do you think the men were getting? Like, rape they would have welcomed rape, like, compared to the torture they went through.
Some
Oh,
of them,
yeah.
some of them
And
probably
we're not
raped.
just talking about one, not two, not 10, not 100. We're talking about like tons of them.
But no one cares about the men.
No.
You-
No,
Well,
no.
Yeah, look at the Vietnam POWs.
Man up, bitch. Man
Well,
up.
I've been a crippled war vet for 16 years now, and I can guarantee you nobody gives a fuck about it.
Listen,
Right.
We get a lot of empty platitudes, but we get
Hate
jack
to
shit
say
else.
it, man up, right? You know, no, you know who you do get respect from? Once in a while, there's some guys out there who do it. Rarely is it a politician. This is the reason why I support Trump. But yeah, you're right. You're not going to get much respect.
Well,
And
not,
look,
not
he's
even
You're an
respect.
idiot.
I get we support the troops, and I get, thanks for your service. But will anybody come help me get running water in my house? Would anybody come help me put the roof on? No.
Right. No.
No, but if a cute woman, or even just not
Well, yeah.
atrocious, one you want to bang comes up and says, "I'm homeless. Can I sleep with you?" And guess what happens? Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, here you go. I want some cigarettes. Here you go. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's tons of that out there for you, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, baby. Not for
situation.
you, buddy. Fuck you. You're a man. Man up. What's wrong with you? I'm not actually saying that to you. I'm sorry if it sounds.
And
like
look,
that.
regardless
No, I
of
get it.
regardless of where you land on Trump, for or against, he talked about the taboos that you really couldn't talk about. That's why he was hated so much.
I agree. I agree. I'm not
Yep.
gonna say he's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh, he was a god, blah blah blah, but whatever.
No, he was hated because he cost
But
them
dude-
4 years that they wanted to be
He-
subjugating all of us.
Here's the thing.
And-
he created a problem for this is not just a Republican Democrat thing. No, actually is a Republican Democrat. He created a problem where he's not a slave to either one of the parties.
Exactly.
We need
Yep.
more of
Yep.
that. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Does anyone
Yes.
disagree?
We're
No,
not gonna
I don't
find
disagree
it,
at
though.
all.
Sorry.
Come on, bring it on, baby. I love you, hamster.
All right, you guys. You know what? It's 1:17. I think we're gonna wrap it up. So it's been a lot of fun. I really appreciate it.
Hey, it was
We'll do it
good
next
meeting
week,
you
though.
guys.
Yeah.
you,
Hey,
brother.
come back anytime. We'll talk.
Hey.
And,
Yeah, Hamster, I like doing these. I appreciate you
Yeah.
having me on. Thank you.
well,
Yeah,
I'm glad you show up. Thank you.
All right.
I know I fucking got a little crazy a few times. I just want to say thank you. And
Hey,
you have
hamster.
a really good choice. Your guest was actually she hung in there for the most part. And they're like, oh, she deserves credit. So trust your judgment. You did a good job. You know,
I'll give her that. Yeah, she did.
yeah, and you know, she hung in there, and I think, you know, maybe, who knows? I'm not likely anything changed with her, but
I think maybe she is rethinking her idea that she's a fembot.
Hey,
but
hey, maybe we got through a little. But
Really?
like
But
I
you
said
know what?
earlier,
why
like
we
I said
can't be
earlier,
assholes
Hamster.
every time, right? I was
Right.
an asshole, and I feel bad.
No,
Don't worry about it.
Don't feel bad. You were just trying to stick up for her future kids. That's what made her really.
That's where I got shitty.
Yeah,
that's where
what,
she got very defensive.
That's where she got very defensive.
I hated that idea. I just imagine, like, Hamster. Could you imagine you being 9 years old, you going to school, and other kids like showing little fucking Polaroids of your mom's pussy?
No,
dude,
no.
violence.
No, I don't want to see that.
Violence. Violence. And then guess what? It's a bad ending for everybody.
And that's what's so sad about that guy that Bachelor was talking about, because that kid, he even said he's not a tough kid. He's never had a fight. Like, you know, like he can't, like, you know,
you
that
can't
if someone
even fight anymore.
Right.
Kids need to fight.
All right, guys. 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 50
Jesus
seconds.
Christ.
See you later.
Hamster, thank you
Take
so
care,
much.
boys.
Take care, guys.